I think it says I'm live. Am I actually? I must be. I've got, Lord Almighty, we got super chats rolling in already here, y'all. Who is that? I see it up there at the top. Faith Wright, $4.99 to start the show. Thank you, Faith. It says I'm live for 21 seconds. I'll tell Faith thank you again here. Sometimes these live streams, I've noticed it'll say I'm live, and then actually it takes a few seconds for me to actually be live. So we got people on there saying good morning now. So everybody, thank you for showing up today. Thank you, Faith, for the $4.99 super chat to start off my day. I appreciate that. Wasn't sure if today's live stream was going to happen here, y'all. It was questionable this morning. The weather report all week long looks terrible, but last night's weather report looked like I was going to have a break this morning. And then I got up to be out here at 7:30 like I had planned, and there was a big blob of green and yellow right over where I was wanting to fish. So I was like, well, crap, maybe I won't. But doing the radar future cast or whatever, it looked like it was going to clear out for a few hours this morning. So we just pushed the stream back, and we're already getting hit right here. I went ahead, I got out here just a few minutes ago and went ahead and got my baits down in the water before I got set up for the live stream. So hopefully we're gonna catch us a few fish and not get wet out here today. That's the goal. I think the next round of rain is supposed to come through around 1-ish. All right, so we got a lot of people here saying good morning. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. There's Billy Wilder, Cecil Pratt, Terry Adamson. Thank you for showing up. Sean Jones. Thank you all. Yeah, Leighton Howard, he says, it's okay, we don't mind if you get wet. That's the truth. Won't bother you all a bit, will it? Awesome. Yeah, we got some fish right here on the graph, y'all. I'm sitting in a hole right now, 40 feet deep. That's a pretty nice mark right there, but I'm gonna have my baits suspended this morning for now. We've got some current flow out here. I guess TVA's moving some water here to get ready for all this rain we're gonna have this week. So we may end up having to cast some baits out here behind me just to keep lines from getting tangled as we reel fish in, assuming we get some fish. I've seen another one pop up here. Here's John Duck, 1999. Thank you, John. I commented on Facebook there earlier on my Facebook page and said I was going to be a little late getting out here because of the rain. And John Duck, he said he's going to make it rain on me out here in the rain. So thank you, John. Appreciate that. Mike Smith says, where are you fishing today? I'm on Watts Bar today, buddy. There's Casey. He says, my son Ryder and I are glad to see you back. Well, glad to have you here. Good morning, Ryder. There's Gary Wormy Rich in the house. All right, man, we got a lot of people. We got 231 people in here right away, so that's awesome. Glad to have you in here today. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Last live stream, I had tried a new microphone, which was a disaster. However, the disaster was apparently my fault. I didn't have the settings on it adjusted properly. I don't know how to use technology, but I did a little research. I have tinkered with a little bit, and I think y'all are going to be able to hear me a little better with the new microphone. And hopefully we won't get all the background noise, and hopefully we won't get all the ruffling sound when I switch the camera around to fight fish and all that. So hopefully it's going to work out. We got some more coming in here. Here's Uncle Craig, $5. Thank you, Uncle Craig. Says, thanks for the big fish. Well, thank you, Uncle Craig. Daniel Vaughn, $4.99. Says, awesome channel, Justin. Keep up the good work. Also, I'm glad you're back. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate the super chat there, and it's good to be back. It's been a rough couple weeks there. I appreciate all the well wishes and concern and everything over Roscoe. I had a really hard time with it, but you know, gotta get back in routine. Gotta keep moving forward and all that. And it's been a rough go of it, but you know, we'll get through it and do what we do. You know, that's all you can do in life. Just enjoy the good times you have and keep moving forward. And so that's what I'm That's what I'm gonna do. Everybody's saying the new microphone here sounds good. Well, good. Hopefully I got the volume dialed in on it. There's some more people saying, sorry about Roscoe. I appreciate that. Here's Ruger7750. Thank you, Ruger. $10 says, I've been hearing rumors about YouTube demonetizing outdoor channels. Have you heard anything about it? Welcome back and go Vols. First off, thank you for the super chat. And yes, go Vols. We finally found somebody bad enough we could beat this weekend. But as far as the demonetizing outdoor channels, there was a big to-do about that because that Guggen guy, Flair, you know, he did that video that was talking about there's thousands of hunting channels out there, and apparently 3 people out of all them 1,000 got demonetized for some unknown reason, right? And those channels ended up getting their channels remonetized. But Flair and his stupid ass video just caused all that drama, and people were deleting videos off their channel, and just stupid fear mongering's all it was. And basically what he did was create a second channel, and his us versus them, you know, YouTube's against us, got all them, I don't know, a couple 100,000 people to go to his second channel, which he can then go to sponsors and be like, you know, you may not be able to afford me on my regular channel, but you can sponsor my second channel here that don't get the views and subscribers. And so it was a big, I've had so many questions about it, and it's just stupid. So no, I'm not going anywhere. I don't have any fears or concerns. I have been demonetized before by YouTube, as every time they change their algorithm, I get flagged. I think it's my accent, my southern drawl. They think I'm cussing in the videos and saying a bunch of things I ain't saying, and I'll have videos get flagged. But as far as outdoor channels getting demonetized permanently, I just don't think it's gonna happen. I'm not concerned about it. We got some more coming in here. Here's Daniel Duran, $5, says, welcome back, Justin. Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for welcoming me back. Here's Chunky Cats, $4.99. He says, because you're amazing. Well, thank you, Chunky Cats. I think Elstan's pretty amazing, y'all. He's got an awesome live stream. I'm still getting my feet wet on this live stream stuff. I ain't got everything dialed in. We still figuring out microphones and all that. Chunky, he's got it figured out. His live streams, he's lit up there. He fishes at night, and it looks like a carnival out there with all his stuff going on. It's pretty awesome. So thank you for that super chat there, Elstan. Uncle Lou, $10. He says, to a great channel. Well, thank you, Uncle Lou. Here's Matthew Koger. I'm sorry, Matthew. I may be mispronouncing it, but $15. Thank you very much. He says, keep up the great content. Always wait for a new video. Catch a big one. Well, thank you, Matthew. That's very nice of you. All right, I think I knocked out the super chats there. Let's see. Leighton Howard says, if YouTube won't demonetize people spectating Minecraft, they're not going to demonetize outdoor channels. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen, man. I know these hunting channels, the big thing that'll get the hunting channels, if it happens to them, is I don't even know if I can say the word, the bang bangs. YouTube don't like that. And so those channels all got dinged a couple years back. And so I think the hunting channels could get hurt because of that. But fishing channels, no. I don't know any fishing channel that has gotten demonetized because of their content. It may be some of their political stuff they say, or, you know, variety of other reasons, but I don't know any fishing channels that have gotten dinged for anything just because of their content. Let's see. We got Stephen Griffin in the house. $5. Thank you, Stephen. He says, good luck this morning, Justin. I hope you catch a whopper. Wish I could send more this morning. Sorry to hear about Roscoe. Well, thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Stephen, I wish this fish right here would quit chewing up my bait. He either needs to doo-doo or get off the pot, as the saying goes. We got Hannah Pyler, $4.99. Thank you, Hannah. No comment with that. I wish you'd commented, Hannah. I'd answered any question you had. Fizz Bang, $25. Thank you, Fizz Bang. Appreciate that, buddy. Fizz Bang didn't leave a comment either. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate that, man. There's Green Machine Outdoors in the house. Dan's up there on the James River. It's a school day. He's probably working. Jeff Gibbs says I should use some of that donation money to buy an Alabama hat. I guess you never can go wrong buying toilet paper, right, Jeff Gibbs? That's what I'd use that Alabama hat for. Here's Daniel Silcott. Says, morning, Justin. Never been able to come on live, but finally here. Just a question. Why do you hook your live baits above the fin and not by the tail? Well, thank you. I appreciate you showing up for the live stream here. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to hook those live baits. I know most people do it down by the tail. But my thinking is if you notice how fish eat baits, a lot of times you pull up fish that that's swallowed another fish. They always try to eat them baits head first. Well, that thing just keeps chewing up that bait, don't it? But they eat them baits head first, and so I want my hook up there close to the head where they're going to be swallowing it down. So that's my thought on it. I could be wrong. I need to just not use live bait, and then I wouldn't ever have to worry about not getting hooked up. I just do so much better on cut bait. Here's John Duck back with another 1999. Thank you, John. He says, Roscoe was our favorite CEO and you are our favorite VP. Sure gonna miss him and sending prayers. Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that. I'm gonna miss him too. He was a dang good dog. He was my buddy. It's weird getting into, getting back to life. I took a week off to just, because I really wasn't in a mental state to be out here looking into a camera and talking and whatnot. I just wasn't in the mood. Still not really. But, the last few days I've been just trying to get back on the horse, get back in the routine. But Roscoe, he was such a big part of my routine. I'd go out and fish in the mornings, go home. He's there to meet me at the door. And then him and I start our day, and I edit for a while, then me and him would go on some car ride adventure or something, so that's been tough. Getting back into the routine without him has been an adjustment too. So it'll just take time. It's unfortunate. I'm not going to, a lot of people suggested go get another dog, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not, you can't replace him with just getting another dog. It just don't work like that. And honestly, I'm not even a dog person. I'm not a lovey-dovey person. I'm not a dog person, but he was my dog and I loved him. And so it's, not something that I'm going to be able to just replace on a whim. I may get another dog someday, but it's not something I'm going to be doing just immediately. Oh, here's Ray Leaka. Got another Roll Tide on here. All these Alabama people in the house. I changed my settings on the live stream today, y'all. So YouTube now offers a feature where you can limit your live streams to subscribers only. So now people have to be subscribed for at least a full day before they can comment on here. And I'm hoping that decreases some of the trolls and some of the negativity. And I thought it might decrease the Alabama people too, because they're from Alabama. They probably don't know how to hit the subscribe button, but obviously I was wrong. Them people in Alabama that's hit the subscribe, they probably went to school in Tennessee where they learned how to do that. Here's Pontoon Jody catfishing in the house. $5. Thank you, Jody. Says good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. Go Vols, absolutely. We can say that again now that we won a game. Missouri made us look pretty good this weekend. Here's John Bell for $4.99. Thank you, John. Says good morning, Justin. Hello from Texas. I watch you all the time. You're awesome. Never stop learning about fishing. Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that. And I feel like I had a fish hit me just then, but maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. We may get skunked out here today, y'all. I don't know. This weather. We got this weather moving in, and I don't know how it's going to affect things at all. And I was on a deeper water bite there before I took the time off for Roscoe, and I got back, and the video that you all watched yesterday on my channel, that was filmed in shallower water. I think I was 28 feet. Yesterday I fished, and I was about 24 feet deep and got some good flatheads. and a good blue. And then I went back out yesterday evening and fished deep on Fort Loudon and got on some good blues. So it's kind of just all over the place right now. And so I don't know what to expect coming out here, hitting this spot, but I'm gonna try it and see. We've got baits in the water, so anything can happen. Let's see. Brody Hopkins says he's going Friday. He watches my videos all the time. Well, thank you. There's another roll tide, good Lord. Nick Werman says, like the settings, slowed up the chat so it can be read. Yeah, I'm hoping that, because these live streams, you know, I'm gonna sound real bad when I say this, but these live streams, they don't work like regular videos. In my regular videos, you make money in the regular videos from the advertisements that show up in the middle of them. That's where the money comes from. These live streams, the ad rates are terrible on them. Even when people watch them, they play them back after the fact, you don't hardly make squat from the ad rate, from the ad revenue. Where you make your money is through these super chat donations. That's where the bulk of the money comes from. That's what makes it worthwhile to go live. And so having the settings set to where just anybody can hop in and comment, I mean, obviously I'd like for those people to watch my videos and comment and stuff, but it does take away from the chat when I get asked the same questions that my subscribers already know the answer to, and those people aren't going to support my channel financially like you all do here that are in the chat box now. So I know that makes me sound bad, but you know, it is what it is. I'm doing this for a living, so I got to maximize. I got to make the experience as good as possible for the people who are donating, because again, that's what pays the bills when I do these live streams. So anyway, I know that makes me sound terrible. A lot of people talking about Roscoe, thank you. Green Machine Danny says, can you turn that setting on from your phone? I've only found it on the desktop. If it can be done on the phone, I can't figure it out, Dan. I tinkered with that setting. I set my live stream for today yesterday, and then when I got home on the computer there, I went in and found it. It's under that customization tab there on YouTube Studio. And I set my subscriber thing for a day, because what I didn't want to do was just set it for 5 minutes and me go live for 3 hours and somebody subscribe just so they can comment 5 minutes from now. I wanted people to have to subscribe and be on the channel, you know. Kayak Max is looking forward to seeing you in a week. All my social media is still dead. I can't check anything. Yeah, my Facebook went down yesterday and Instagram too for several hours. I had posted a little Instagram clip from a fish I caught yesterday, and then tried to get back on later to see if anybody had commented or whatnot, and couldn't get on there, so I don't know what went wrong. There's Leighton Howard, $10. Thank you, Leighton. He says, I feel your pain being a Tennessee fan. As a Cowboys fan, this just might be the year we get to cling for the next 20 plus years. I'll tell you, y'all looking pretty good down there in Dallas. I watched Hard Knocks, and I watched their game there, one of their games there earlier this year, and they were looking pretty good. Defense looks much better. So I think they got a real shot this year. You know they're going to make the playoffs just because the division's so bad. And once you get in the playoffs, anything's possible. So another rod up here. I got some dink taps out here, y'all, but they not nothing big enough to eat anything. There's Hannah Powler, $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, Hannah. It says #1 fan. Well, thank you, Hannah. I appreciate that. There's another Dallas Cowboys fan, Chris Davis. There's Gary Thompson says, as far as demonetization, if they didn't hit Dieter for catfish finger, they ain't going to hit you. Yeah, that's something, ain't it? Billy Vance says, good morning, Justin. What water temps does, I think there's a typo there. What water temps does to the bite drop off significantly? I think Billy means what does the water temp do to the bite possibly. Right now, our water temps are 73 degrees surface temp, so the bite's starting, or the water temps are starting to cool, which will push the bait up. And usually, you know, fish start moving more into the shallows, it seems like, in the fall. They start feeding up for winter. So typically, as the water temps cool, the bite usually gets better here. Fall bite is usually pretty good. We got another one here from Charles McDonald, $5. Thank you, Charles. Here's John M. He says, go search Beefcake Flair. He explains what's going on with Outdoor Channels. Flair's an idiot. I mean, I respect the hell out of him for what he's done. He's made millions of dollars on YouTube. But that stunt he pulled on his second channel was just fear-mongering. It was just to drive traffic to his second channel. There's thousands of hunting channels. He found 3 that supposedly got demonetized, and they are monetized again and posting videos. So all fear-mongering. Don't believe everything you hear. Jason Parker, $10. Thank you, Jason. He says, you're doing a great job. Sorry for your loss. I can relate. I had a great night fishing Saturday. Caught a 43-pound flathead. Thank you for the videos. I learned so much. FYI, I'm a Dallas fan big time. Well, thank you, Jason. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your concern over Roscoe. And congrats on that big flathead. And congrats on the Cowboys having a good season. They're due. Charles McDonald says, please consider a rescue. I will. If I get another dog at some point, it'll be from the pound or a rescue. Dave Gatton, $30. Hang on, Dave. Hang on. We got to get our umbrella up here, Dave. Here comes the rain, everybody. All right. Y'all bear with me here. I'm going to flip the camera around here just a minute. We're going to get our poor man's bimini top on here. Got a umbrella with a ram ball attachment here on my kayak, and it just allows me to be able to articulate this umbrella to keep myself somewhat dry. Let me see if I can get it over here a little more. There we go. Being able to articulate this umbrella here allows me to adjust for the wind. When the wind's blowing the rain in on a different direction, I can kind of compensate for that. Let me find Dave's comment. Dave, give me $30 here, y'all. Dave Gatton, thank you. He says, my favorite fishing channel on YouTube. Glad to see you back. So sorry to hear about Roscoe. Big cat's starting to get active up here in Maryland on the, I don't know how to say the river's name. I don't even know how to pronounce it. He says, caught a 40-pounder yesterday. Love the fall bite. Well, thank you, Dave. I hope you keep wearing them out up there. Here's Gail Renicky, $4.99. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate that. Chris Davis, have you ever used chicken breast for bait? I do. The search box is your friend. It's on my channel there. Gordon Douglas, $5. Thank you, Gordon. He says, love the live stream. It ain't much, but here's a little help for payday. Well, thank you, Gordon. I appreciate that, man. Billy Van says, my wife is a nurse. She wants to know if you miss nursing. Absolutely not. I hate nursing. If this ends for me, if YouTube ends, and it will, probably in the next year or two, honestly, I don't know if I'll go back to nursing or not. I may just get into a different line of work completely. I have no desire to go back. Baits in the Water says, morning, Justin. Sorry for your loss. Glad to have you back. My new Kayak Catfish sweatshirt is the jam. Can't wait to catch a whopper in it. Well, thanks for buying the shirt, man. Hope it brings you some good luck. RW says, do you think I should go to deeper water instead of fishing the shallow pools? I guess it depends on where you're at, man. I try to hit both if you can, because, you know, in the fall, as we go into this transition period, they could be anywhere right now. So, anywhere and everywhere, except where I'm at apparently today. Hannah Pyler says, do you ever keep clean, eat catfish, or do you only release? I am only release. There's my man Keith. He's got me a job if this YouTube things don't work out. Thank you, Keith. Might take you up on that someday. Brady Parrish says, watch you while I'm catfishing in my kayak. I take a lot of advice from you and apply it on almost every fishing trip. Well, thank you, Brady. I hope it's working out for you. Lord Almighty, y'all, we got 434 people, 439 people now watching this at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's awesome. Randy C says, have you ever entered a bass fishing contest? Randy, I got channels on videos on my channel of me fishing bass tournaments, buddy. Search box is your friend too. Cody Grueling says, I love watching this guy. He's way more personable than all the other channels. Keep up the good work, man, and have a great day in tight lines. Well, thank you, Cody. I appreciate the nice words there. Gail says, hope your channel never ends. Well, I hope it don't either, Gail. John Bale says, how do you make the decision when the water is rough to suspend fish? I base it on my rod tips, how much they're moving up and down. If I got a lot of chop, I know I'm not going to catch anything suspending, so that's when I'll mix things up. Mike Hatch says, are you still going strong in the football pool? Yes, I am. Going into week 5 now. Actually, this past week here, I took Cincinnati on the Thursday night game. Barely squeaked that one out, so still going strong here. I don't know who I'm going to take this week. I was going to take the Raiders against Chicago this coming week, but after how they looked last night, I don't know that I trust them too much right now. I may take Dallas this coming week, actually. May be a strong pick against the Giants there. Divisional game. Giants just come off a win against New Orleans. What's the odds they're going to go back-to-back wins? They're pretty bad, so I kind of like Dallas to win this weekend. Y'all don't get me started talking about football. We'll be not talking about fishing the rest of the day. There's my girl Dawn Bale says, missed you, so glad you're back. Well, thank you, Dawn. Glad to see you in here. Catfish Izzle, 1999. I can't hardly say it, but that's an awesome name. Says, good luck from Chattanooga. Glad to see you back. I enjoy your videos down here in the deep holes that hold monsters. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm hoping to get back down there to Chattanooga soon. Now that, things have, unfortunately, with Roscoe, I was kind of stuck at home there for a while with his medicine schedule and all that. But now I'm going to be able to knock out some of the trips that I had planned on doing beforehand. So I'm going to get down to Chattanooga, probably going to make it over to South Carolina here in the next month or so. We get a break in the weather, so going to hit a few different places. Leighton Howard says, with the moves YouTube is making to expand their live stream reach, your channel won't go anywhere unless you want it to. Yeah, Leighton, that's kind of what I was thinking about, and one of the reasons why I'm wanting to push these live streams a little more, in addition to the fact that they're just easier on me. I don't have to edit anything, and they don't really cost me any extra time, but the live streams, I don't have to depend on ad revenue, and if YouTube was to kick me off or go away for whatever reason, I could go over to Twitch, which is Amazon's service, and still be able to possibly keep myself going over there with the live streams. So yeah, I'm hoping to grow my live stream audience more here in the next year. Benjamin, Tennessee is my home, says, hey Justin, why don't catfish on Melton Hill that much? Well, funny you say that, Benjamin, because I'm going to be doing some more catfishing on Melton Hill coming up, and I'm going to be doing it live. The problem with Melton Hill is there's some good fish on there. I have caught some really good fish on Melton Hill. I've also had a lot of skunk days too. The population there is just not as big, and if you're on them, you're on them, and if you're not, you ain't catching squat. And as a YouTuber who depends on videos and content for me getting income and paying the bills, it's hard to go somewhere where I got about a 50% chance of getting skunked and not getting a video. But with live streams, it's not as big a deal if I get skunked, because the real content is being on here, fishing together, interacting with each other. And so I'm planning on going live at some places. It's going to be big fish or bust type places, places that I'd like to fish but don't want to risk getting skunked on. So you'll see me on Melton Hill a little more coming up. Let's see, I had another one pop up here. Who's this? Michael Reddick, 1999. Thank you, Michael. He says, hey, Justin, here's a little love from Tucson, Arizona. I love your videos, and I think you're a real cool dude, and you're also hilarious. That beaver clip had me rolling. I'm at work, so I'll have to watch later, catch a big one. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you stopping by the live stream, and I'm glad you appreciate my beaver jokes. Not everybody does. I think, let me turn the camera around here a minute, y'all. I think we're gonna be able to ditch the umbrella again. It's gonna be I may just leave that there. Here's what I may do. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave the mount set up and just take the umbrella down. I had that rod right there getting hit a second ago. How long we've been at this? 31 minutes. I've had baits in the water 33, 34 minutes. I'm seeing some stuff here. We've got some small marks down through here. I'm gonna sit here on this hole for the duration of our trip today. I'm not gonna move because we've got enough current flow that my scent is going on downstream. Down here behind me, I've got the camera or the umbrella here in the way. There's a creek that comes in right here. And I've caught some really good fish at that creek mouth. And so this hole down behind me here, way back down there on river there, water gets deeper. You know, it's 58 feet deep or so down there. But from this creek here, where it comes in, up until, well, as far as you can see up there to them boat docks, this hole is the deepest water in this area. And with our current being just a little bit more than usual today, I'm hoping some fish are gonna either be in this hole, well, they're obviously not, or we'd have done caught something. But I'm hoping maybe some of them work down into that hole to get out of the current this morning, or just we get fish working up river here that just pick up on my scent trail. That's what I'm hoping for. So I'm not planning on moving. I'm not planning on drifting at all. If this bite ain't working out, we either gonna catch fish here or we're gonna get skunked here. Either way, we ain't moving. So that's the plan for this morning. Dustin C says, why did you slow down on catfish tournaments? Well, they quit having the slot tournament. They did away with it, and so the only tournament format they're having now is a big fish division, and honestly, Dustin, I can't compete in that. The James River guys just catch so many big fish. I'm just not on their level. So if I'm signing up and competing in them tournaments, I'm fishing for 3rd or 4th place, and I just don't want to fish a tournament that I got no chance in. So I probably won't be doing any more of the kayak catfishing tournaments under their current formats. Let me scroll on down, make sure I didn't miss any more. There's Pro Moderator. Congrats to Pro Moderator, everybody. We had our Thursday night bass fishing tournament classic on Sunday. We fished Sunday because Pro Moderator there had a golf tournament that conflicted with the original schedule, and Sunday was a nightmare to fish. You won't see the video because it monsooned all day. And so I ended up going to the house about 10:30. I said, heck with it. My rain suit had failed me. I was soaked from head to toe. It was awful. So congrats to Pro Moderator, though. He finished 2nd place. Cashed him a check. He don't do that in the bass tournaments very much this year. So Mark Bell says, I'm not sure Justin's jokes are TV friendly. That's the truth, Mark. That's the truth. Outdoor Channel wouldn't like my beaver jokes, probably. There's Holly Tridell, CNC Outdoors in the house. She's got your skipjack up there covered if y'all need bait in the East Tennessee area. Daniel Duran's got to go to work, so we'll see you later, Daniel. Thanks for stopping by. William Apple says, Justin, why was the beaver mad? I don't know. Tell me, William. Dustin C says, do you has what it takes? Maybe you could take his money. I don't think I can, man. He's up there in a honey hole. I don't think I could beat Haz. William Apple says, because no one came to his damn party. That's, yeah. I think he misspelled damn. Maybe that's part of the joke. Either way. That's where we're at with the channel today. Jade McCumbee says, Justin, awesome videos. Thank you, Jade. Wayne Burnett says, Kayak Mike said slot tournaments will be back first of the year. Okay, well, we'll see first of the year, I guess. I think it was stupid of them to do away. The slot tournaments got more people signing up than the other division, and so I don't know. I thought it was pretty stupid, but what the hell do I know? Catfish Izzle says you need to talk chat cats into going live some. I don't ever talk to, I mean, I know Joe through social media, but I don't really know him. I don't ever talk to him. Black Magic WMN says, is it possible to ship frozen skipjack? People do it. They ship it on dry ice or whatever, but it's probably really expensive to ship it. I don't know that it'd be worthwhile. Johnny Ramsey says, glad he's back. Sorry for the loss. Thank you, Johnny. Rod getting tapped. Randy C said, how long did it take you to learn so much about the river you fish in? I'm still learning, Randy. It's taken a lifetime, buddy. Joseph Behealer says, I'm back. Did we get a fish yet? Not yet, buddy. Not yet. Just a few dink taps. Adventures with Bradley says, what are we fishing for today? We're after blues and flatheads. Wayne Brailsford says, I joined late. What part of the river are you on today? I'm on Watts Bar today. Chris Davis says, do you ever watch Hook, Line, and Chill? I don't. I'm envious of the amount of views and the money they get, but trot lining ain't my cup of tea. Delta Cat says, what is your plan of attack for winter fishing? More of the same, really. I just cut bait and try to put my baits where the fish are. That's what I do. Ain't much really changes other than just the locations. Noah V says, hey Justin, I know you mentioned it a fair bit, but I can't for the life of me remember the name of the book you recommend on reading lake maps. It's the Buck Perry Structure Fishing book series. Excellent series. The books are about bass fishing, and you know, it's all geared toward bass, but the concepts apply to catfish too. It's all relative, and so that's the best resource I could recommend for learning how to read a contour map. There's Roger Bradswell Jr. He says, glad you're back. And I'm glad you're back, Roger. Thanks for joining in today. Kayak Catfish says, thanks for the shout out to my boys Finley and Oakley the other week. They got a nice 35-inch flatty to end the season. Well, that's awesome. Congratulations, Finley and Oakley. That's a big fish. Daryl Smith says, me and Tucker are watching and waiting for a nice flatty. Well, thank you, Daryl. I hope Tucker's getting better up there. Sorry that he had to go through that. Michael Hooksum says, best YouTube fishing channel, hands down. Well, thank you, Michael. Chase, exclamation point, says, thank you for the awesome content. You were the influence for me to buy a 2018 Hobie Pro Angler. I'm stoked to catch big blues here in Kansas. Well, I hope you enjoy that kayak, man. Or here's another one. David Tidwell, 1999. He says, watching you from central Mississippi. Hope you catch a big old flathead. Well, thank you, David. I appreciate that. That's nice of you. Craig Tyrell says, if those slot tournaments come back first of year, they need to change the length of fish every month to try to make it harder. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Nick Jenkins says, lots of YouTube fishermen hit Watts Bar. Do you find the pressure makes it a bit harder to fish? No, Nick, I don't. I mean, I fish weekdays usually, so I don't ever see anybody out here fishing hardly, other than just fishing guides. Most of the regular fishermen they're fishing weekends. So I think the boat traffic really affects Fort Loudon more because all the money's up there, the wakeboarders and houseboats and all that. And it doesn't really mess with the fishing so much. It just messes with your ability to fish and fish comfortably out there. But pleasure boat traffic on Watts Bar isn't nearly as bad, and I don't really notice all the fishing pressure all that much. Chris Davis says your channel is great. You also teach us how to catfish. Well, thank you, Chris. Garrett Pazlow says you put out awesome videos. Thank you for all the hard work and sorry for the loss. Thank you, Garrett. Mark Bell says Kenny Tolbert's begging for the boot. Yeah, we can boot somebody today if we need to. Wayne Burnett Outdoors 525. Thank you, Wayne. He says, I'm not of here. Have a good day. I think he meant I'm out of here. Have a good day and try to catch something. Well, thank you, Wayne. Appreciate you stopping by. John Partridge says, love the videos. Ever tried large crawdads for bait? I don't use them for catfish. I've used them just regular fishing before. Jody DeFoy says the best YouTube fisherman needs some more thumbs up. So glad to see you back on the water. Well, thank you, Jody. Let me scroll on down here some more. William Apple, he says that was the best beaver joke I could find, and autocorrect had to ruin the damn punchline. Yeah, autocorrect strikes again. Here's Justin Smith. This is an interesting question, y'all. He says, hi, Justin. Just bought a fly rod. Any tips? Keep up the good content. I love watching you. Well, Justin, it's funny you bring up fly rods because last week, me and my mom drove through the mountains up there and seen some guys fly fishing. And I'm a fan of the YouTube channel Drew Looking Fishy. And he just went on this big few thousand-mile road trip, Colorado and Idaho and a whole bunch of different places. And so I've been watching some of his videos on there, and it's kind of got me wanting to do some fly fishing. So I don't have any tips for you because you wouldn't want any tips for me. I don't know a damn thing about fly fishing, but I may end up doing some fly fishing at some point, just a variety, just to mix it up a little bit. So you may see some of that from me in the future. I couldn't catch any less fish fly fishing than what I'm doing out here this morning, right? So I had another rod right there getting messed with. I'm out here this morning. It's been so long. We're 43 minutes in to the live stream here. I can't remember what baits I have on what rods. I got skipjack and white bass. One of them's on the left side, one's on the right side, and I can't remember where I've put which baits. So it'll be a surprise when we reel one in, I guess. There's Havoc Master 69, $5. He says, what is your opinion as to why they stopped the slot tournaments? Hope you catch a giant. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know. They didn't consult anything with me when they stopped doing it. I just got the notification like everybody else that they wasn't going to do them anymore. So it's unfortunate. I had won every one of them. It was an easy payday for me. 72 Hernest, $5. Thank you. He says, how many SD cards and batteries do you take on your trips? Got a GoPro and didn't realize the battery only lasts 50 minutes. I'm impressed you're getting 50 minutes of battery time. So thank you for the super chat. My batteries, I do it a little differently. I've experimented through the years. This has been an ongoing process with my filming and whatnot. I do carry some extra batteries with me, 3 or 4 batteries. But what I do is I hardwire my chest cam because that's the camera I'm operating on most of the time. So that battery is run off of that camera is run off of an external battery pack, which will power me for hours, the whole trip. My front camera, I just turn on when I've got a big fish to hold up. So one battery is good for that. And I just, I'll charge it after every trip. So That's the best process I have found for me, so that I don't have to constantly keep changing out batteries, because you know how it is. You're fishing, you're trying to change out batteries, your hands are wet. We got something happening here. We got nothing happening here. Heck with that fish. We didn't want to catch that one. We didn't want to catch that one at all. We got Riley Taylor in the house, y'all. Riley, a long-time viewer here, Riley, $50. Riley's one of the most consistent people I have here. It shows up with these super chats. Thank you, Riley. It says, good morning, Justin. Good to see you back out. I'm sorry for your loss. I know that feeling all too well. Let's catch a big one for old Roscoe. Well, thank you so much, Riley. I appreciate you stopping by, and I appreciate your super chat. It's very kind of you. Daryl Hebron, $5, says, do you fish the Ohio River? Also, thanks for the distraction. Wife is on my nerves. I don't ever fish the Ohio River. I've never been up there before. And I'm glad I could provide you a distraction for your wife there. I know them women can get on your nerves sometimes. I know they do me. Thank you for that super chat. Here's AK Dean, $5. Thank you, Dean. He says, I fish a small lake in Coleman, Texas, Long Dam. Any tips of... I'm butchering your comment here. He says, I fish small lake in Coleman, Texas, Long Dam. Any tips of catching I can't do anything. I can't read. I can't talk. I'm messed up today. Any tips of catfishing small lakes? I'll get it out eventually, Dean, I promise. I mean, I don't really have any tips for fishing small lakes that would be any different than big lakes or reservoirs or rivers. I would look for structure. Deepest structure you could find on there, whether that be, you know, creeks flowing in, or, you know, any kind of like humps or points or anything like that. I would target those areas with cut bait, just like I would, you know, any bigger body of water. Russ St. Pierre says, you're the only one they notified about ending the slot tournament. Yeah, maybe that'd be smart of them, wouldn't it? And give somebody else a chance. Ruger, you didn't miss anything, buddy. I'm struggling out here today. We ain't got nothing going on. Mark's Upholstery says, I'm guessing that tournament doesn't want to play golf against Tiger Woods anymore. Yeah, that's a compliment right there. Old Tiger, I don't know whatever happened to him after his wreck. I guess he's messed up pretty bad. I don't know if he's going to be able to play anymore. That was a shame, because he was dominant when he was on fire there. He had a heck of a run. I hate to see his life kind of turn out the way it did. Yeah, pro moderator there, Eric Thompson, says, I need moderator help. Nick Jenkins says, we're all glad Justin is back, but apparently Catfish didn't get the memo. Well, I feel like it today, buddy. Pamela Hewitt, $5. Thank you, Pamela. Says, I enjoy your videos so much. This is the first live I've seen. Loving it. Well, thank you, Pamela. I'm glad you could stop by a live stream. Let me scroll on down, make sure I didn't miss any more. I did. Hey, there's Palmetto Cats. Kevin's in the house. Jason Smith, $4.99. Thank you, Jason. He says, do you always go through a slow bite transition when the cooler fall weather hits? The bite usually gets better for me in the fall, Jason. It's usually significantly better. So I look forward to the fall every year. William Apple, $4.99. Thank you, William. He says, my daughter and I love your channel. Can you give Charlotte Apple a shout out? Yes, I can. Charlotte, hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for watching. That's awesome. I appreciate you stopping by and watching, Charlotte. Happy to do it. Chase says, I should put together a slot tournament. Heck no, man. And you won't see me running no tournaments. Too much hassle. I see what these other guys go through. I wouldn't want to deal with somebody like me as a tournament director. So definitely won't see me doing that. I don't really understand the motivation for these people doing tournaments anyway. I mean, it's a big time-consuming endeavor. There's no money to be made in it. So I don't really see the point in these guys doing it unless they just, you know, for love of the game or something like that. And I don't love the tournament scene that much. You know, I do the catfishing tournaments just, you know, because I've had success in them, and it's a variety of content here for YouTube. But if I never fished another one again, my feelings wouldn't be hurt. Kitty says, so sorry for your loss, Justin. Glad to finally catch a live stream. Well, thank you, Kitty. Catfish Billy says, do you ever fish Chickamauga? I have. It's not a place I go to regularly. My thing on Chickamauga is if I'm going to drive that far, I might as well keep driving and go on down to Nickajack where fishing's a little better down there. So I don't fish Chickamauga too much. There's Johnny Ramsey saying I should fish the Ohio River, and maybe someday. Matthew Harper says, how's the flathead bite going on up there? I'm going to make a trip your way soon. Well, I caught 3 yesterday, Matthew, so I had a pretty good bite yesterday, but today I've not done worth a diddly poo out here thus far. So, been a stinker of a morning. We're 51 minutes into this stream and just had a few dink taps. My plan is to sit here where I'm at for the duration of the trip now. Kind of second guessing that now that we're 51 minutes in. I really didn't expect to be skunked at this point, 51 minutes in. So I don't know, we got some options out here. We may move on downriver here a little bit to this next stream, and I may actually cast some baits out here because we got a little bit more current flow this morning, and I don't know if you can see on the camera there, but my lines, I've got my baits suspended directly into the kayak, and even with 8-ounce sinkers, my baits are coming up in the water column a little bit. So I may cast a couple out here behind me. We've got enough current, and there's no wind out here today, so my kayak's not doing this. The spot lock's keeping me facing into the current, so I could cast some baits out and not have them all dragging across the bottom and whatnot. Here's Rusty Tictanol, I believe is how it's pronounced. I could be wrong, Rusty. If so, I'm sorry. He says, I just got diagnosed with COVID yesterday, and so I get to watch you catch fish of my dreams today. Well, I'm sorry about that, Rusty, man. I hope you get to feeling better. Thank you for the super chat. I hate to hear that, buddy. John Bell says, can you still get the Sony camera that you use? I can't find it. They don't make the models that I use anymore because I use really old cameras, but you can get on eBay and find them. eBay, the last ones I bought when I went overboard there back in the summer and had to replace my camera gear, I bought my new cameras on eBay. It was new in box, but they're just like 2014 model cameras. I lost my place there. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, Jimmy Wade left me a super chat, and we had a rod getting hit. Jimmy, I wish you'd tell that fish to bite right there. He ain't gonna listen to me. He wants it. I may need to downsize one of these baits in order to be able to hook up with some of these fish that are just tapping us like that. My baits today are pretty big. I got a big white bass and a big skipjack, so if we do end up moving at some point here, I may switch them baits up and just put a smaller one for some variety there. Anyway, Jimmy, $4.99, thank you, Jimmy. He says, got my first blue cat on cut bluegill. Thanks for the entertainment and tips, great channel. Well, congrats on your first blue cat there, man. First of many. Well, thank you for the super chat. Randy C says, I'm only 14. I do school at home. Can I be a regular member of your channel? I mean, yeah. I mean, you're on here, you're watching. That makes you a regular member, buddy. I appreciate you making me part of your day. Hannah Pyler says, go Gamecocks, beat Tennessee. It may happen. I never trust that Tennessee can beat anybody. Bill Gardner said he just seen something jump behind me. It's probably one of them catfish jumping up to flip me a bird. That's probably what it was doing. He give me the fin back there. Aaron Goldsby says, I don't think he has membership on his channel. I don't see any option or green highlighted names. Yeah, you know, Aaron, I'm glad you mentioned that there. I've been on the fence about that. So YouTube offers this thing called channel memberships. And what it does is it allows people to basically financially support your channel, kind of like you all are doing today with these super chat donations. The problem with memberships is usually YouTubers offer something for their members, right? I mean, people's paying a membership fee. You want to get something for your money. And I don't know what I could offer at this point. I crank out so much content. My free time is pretty limited. I don't know what more I can do that I could offer anybody to make it worthwhile for them to be a member on this channel. And, you know, in addition to that, YouTube takes 30% of the membership fee. So it's like, you know, is it worthwhile? I don't know. But I don't know if it's something that people want, if we can figure out something to make it worthwhile. I don't know. Maybe something in the future, though. I want to eventually get to a point with my audience where I don't have to rely on ad revenue. You know, you kind of, as a YouTuber, you got to cater to the masses. You got to cater to those random viewers. So you got to do the clickbait titles and the stupid ass thumbnails to try to make something that's attention catching that people will click on because they click on the videos, those ads pop up. That's how you make your money. And I don't like doing that. You know, I want to do the fishing that I want to do when I want to do it for the audience that I like. Not random people, but people who, like they're watching here today, that I can interact with and get to know and let you all get to know me. And so I want to be able to do this and sustain myself and earn a living, but only interact with you people, not the masses. And so whatever I can do to make that happen, I'm motivated. But I don't know, I'm still working on the details of how that's going to be possible. Anyway, I'm off on a tangent there. We're off on some philosophy there on YouTube and life. Here's Mike Leiter, $5. Thank you, Mike. He says, great to see you back on the live stream. Hate to hear about the puppy. Keep up the great work as always. Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. MCP Gaming Bro, $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, I hear wearing your hat backwards gives you good luck. Well, we may have to try it before the day's over. I don't know. I probably need to get me a different hat than a Tennessee hat and bring me some good luck. Hey, speaking of hats, though, we do have some kayak catfishing hats currently available. I got to make the post. Daniel from Catfish Sumo helped me out getting some hats. So we finally have those. I got those when I was going through everything with Roscoe, so I didn't make any posts about it yet. But those will be available here in the next day or two when I get around to posting that up. And while I'm thinking about Daniel, catfishsumo.com, promo code kayak, get you 10% off your order and free shipping. So be sure to check him out. He's a big supporter here of my channel. Daryl Hebron, $5. Thank you, Daryl. He says, why do you hate channel cats? I've caught tons of 10, I'm butchering it, Daryl. He says, I've caught tons of 20 to 30 pounders in Ohio. Well, I hate them because all I catch are the small ones. If I could catch me 20 to 30 pound channel cats, I'd probably like the dang things. But around here, it's all small channels. I don't know that I've ever caught one over 10 pounds here, so they just steal my bait. Thank you for that super chat. Palmetto Cat's here. He says, Mr. Beast tells his members that he offers nothing, but he states that their monetary support helps the channel. Well, you know, Palmetto Cats, I may do something like that. I almost wish that I could be able to, you know, the nice thing about the YouTube memberships are it's right there in people's face. You know, they see the option to do it. but they take 30%. You know, and I wish I could drive people to like a membership option through PayPal where you get 100% versus, not that I ain't appreciative for what YouTube does, but 30%, there's pimps out there working prostitutes that don't take 30%. So that's a little steep. But yeah, I may end up doing something like that though, Kevin. There's Nikki Hayes. Thanks for stopping by, Nikki. She says you could always start doing cameos for people. Nikki was going to be the first cameo I do if I go that route. Aaron Goldsby says, let's get YouTube cut out. I don't want to cut them out completely. I need them. I need that ad revenue from them as bad as I hate to admit it. Tyler Straub says, hey Justin, I saw Haz wearing a Kayak Catfish on his stream the other day. Didn't know you guys knew each other. How long you guys been working together? Well, Tyler, thank you for telling me that. I only know Haz through YouTube. I've never met him in person, never been able to interact with him. He's just, you know, somebody here in the catfishing community. And the nice thing about YouTube is all of us catfishermen here, we kind of either know each other or know who each other are through YouTube. And so we try to support each other. I try to hop on some of these guys' streams, you know, when I'm home and happen to be online. Unfortunately, I can't watch everybody's videos out there just from lack of time. There's so many people putting out videos now, I can't watch them all, unfortunately. But I'm thankful he's got a shirt, though, and was wearing it. That's pretty cool. Let me scroll on down. I think I missed another one here. I did. 10-6 Voss, $10. Thank you. He says, love your channel, just the way you do it. You are converting me from bass fishing to attempting catfishing. Appreciate that you share all the knowledge. Well, thank you. I hope you get started there in catfishing and hope you do real well with it. There's my man Keith, $5. He says, are the strappers you catch sometimes the same thing people around here used to call rockfish? Glad to see you back. Yeah, Keith, the hillbillies around here call them rockfish or stripes, but yeah, same fish, same exact thing. And thank you for that super chat. There's Eric Romines in the house for a few minutes, telling people to hit that thumbs up. Thank you, Eric. Eric, he fixed my lawnmower a while back, y'all. Eric's the man. He can fix anything. Chunky Cat says, I heard it today. YouTube is a mega pimp. They really are. They really are. They take a cut. They take 30% of our super chats, 30% of membership fees, 50 to 60% of the ad revenue. So they take a big cut. Twitch is the same way though. I'd researched Twitch there a while back, just, you know, backup option if things go south on here, and it looks like they take 50% on there, so they take a big cut too. Jason Frederick, $5. Thank you, Jason. He says, good morning, Justin. Glad to see you back on live stream and on the water. Good luck today. Well, thank you. It's good to be back. I wish it was under better circumstances. I wish my mood was a little better, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Anaconda for sale, $1,500. I don't know what you're talking about, but you gone. We on here to make me money today, not make you money selling snakes. We'll see you later. Good knowing you. Hey, there's Philip H. Says, glad to see you back. The big fish have been biting on the lower end of the reservoir. I've been having some pretty good luck. Well, thanks for the tip there, Philip. I'm on the upper end today. Maybe that's my problem. Philip bought my Old Town kayak, y'all. He's been out there catching some whoppers in it. Johnny Ramsey says, if we buy gear off your descriptions, do you get a kickback? Yes, I do, Johnny. The Amazon links there in my description. You don't even have to buy the gear that's linked. If you click on that link and go to Amazon's site and buy something different, if you're just making a regular purchase, I get a commission on your entire order. It's not much. It's usually about 3% on most items. The Catfish Sumo links, I'd get a bigger commission, and then there's a new link down there for the hooks. I use Mustad hooks, And so I've got a link with Mustad now that pays me a commission as well. So all that stuff down there makes me, I get a little bit of kickback from that stuff. But the big thing is the Amazon links, really, because, you know, Amazon it's everybody buys stuff off Amazon these days. And since you don't have to buy the item that's linked, it's just an easy way for YouTubers to make money. Art OTFC says, Justin, now that you have been full-time YouTube, are you planning on trying new waters? Yeah. Art, the big thing with me has just, lately has just been, you know, Roscoe, my dog, being sick. I had plans to go to Santee Cooper a while back, and then he got diagnosed with cancer, and so that put all my travel plans on hold there while we were dealing with that. But I am going to get on the road here soon, and I'm going to hit Santee Cooper at some point, probably within the next month. I'm going to go back down to Chattanooga at some point. I want to go back down and do some more saltwater fishing. I went down there back in February with Antidote Fishing Charters. Had an awesome time. Only got out in the ocean one day because of the winds, but I got sailfish out there and king, and it was an awesome trip, and I want to do that again. The thing with the trips are, catfishing trips, no problem. I can get content, people will watch, I'll make money. When you do some of these other trips, like the saltwater stuff, things that I want to do, still get the tax write-off, but people don't watch those videos. Them saltwater trips were the worst performing videos of the year for me. So it's kind of, I want to travel, I want to do some stuff, but I also got to be smart about it too, and make sure that I'm going to be able to get the content I need to be able to keep this channel going. Kenny Tolbert was doing a countdown for a big fish. I wish that was the case. Eli Rich says, where do you get your rod and reels and how much do they cost? My rods come from Catfish Sumo. I believe they're $84.99, which would be less if you use that promo code. It'd be 10% off of that. And then my reels I got from Amazon. I use the Daiwa Seagate reels. So hopefully that'll help you out there. Here's Jeremy Bracy, 1999. Thank you, Jeremy. He says, good morning, glad you're back. Wishing you the best while going through your grieving process. Well, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate the super chat. And, you know, in the grieving process, you know, honestly, this is kind of about as therapeutic as it gets, just being out here on the water and be able to interact with you all. It's been nothing but positivity since I made that post. And I held off making the post about Roscoe. I had people showing up there on Monday. The first normal day I post videos that I missed, people were showing up, commenting. They were sending emails to my buddy Daniel there at Catfish Sumo. They were reaching out to friends. What's up? What's going on? Where are you at? And then as I'd missed a few days, comments were coming through on older videos and whatnot, and I just didn't want to make a post about it. I was going to do a video and talk about it, you know, and I just couldn't get through the video. And I really didn't even want to make a post for a few days, because when you do that, the people who have access to you, like phone number and messenger and stuff, you know, those people, they want to reach out and say, you know, sorry for your loss, and they want to call you and all this stuff. And, you know, honestly, I just wanted to be left the hell alone for a few days. I didn't want to interact with people. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to be by myself and just be, you know, be left alone with it. So I held off on making the post, and, you know, people was all worried and concerned about it, and I appreciate the concern and I appreciate all that. It took me a little while to get back to wanting to talk to a camera, but now that I'm out here again, I mean, this is, again, it's about as therapeutic as it gets, just being out here on the water and getting back to doing real life again, you know. I saw another one. Barry Black, $5. Thank you, Barry. Says, glad to see you back. I'm glad to see you back, Barry. I appreciate that. Here's Andrew. Gosh, Andrew, your name's tough too. Andrew Brenhopt. I butchered it, Andrew. I'm sorry. Well, he gave me $10. Thank you for that. He says, I've been catching big channel cats on Lake Erie. Well, that's awesome, man. Michigan's another one of them states I hope to get to someday. Mike Leiter says, are your surf rods still available? If so, how do I contact you regarding purchasing them? I do still have them, Mike, but I really don't want to ship them just because it would be such a hassle. I'll tell you what though, I am going to get some rod tubes so that I can ship some stuff, because I'm going to sell my ugly sticks. My rods that have, you know, built the channel with, I'm never going to be using them again, and they're just going to be sitting in a closet. So I'm going to sell them to try to raise money for the channel, kind of like I've done with the hooks that have caught big fish in recent videos. And so I'm going to have to get me some rod tubes to be able to ship rods with. So I may be able to ship the surf rods when I get those. So we may be able to work something out. Shane Watkins says, did you see your channel being as successful as it is from the beginning? No, Shane, I never thought it would get this big. I mean, I'm a guy catching catfish out of a kayak. There's no market for that. I mean, when I started this channel, there was, what, 30, 50 people in the entire country that was targeting big catfish from a kayak. And the fact that it's gotten this big, I never saw it coming. Even when I started getting a little traction, it was nice just getting a check every month, but it wasn't something that I ever thought would be, you know, career replacement. I never thought I'd be able to leave a job and just go live while I'm getting skunked out on the river and get a paycheck, you know. It's been pretty awesome, but I never saw it happen. Randy C said, Roscoe would want you to get another pup and be happy. Yeah, I just don't think another puppy would make me happy. If it was that simple, I would do it, but I don't think that's going to work like that. Jason Smith says, if you're going saltwater fishing, get hooked up with a guy like Angler Up with Brant or Beach Bum. Yeah, I doubt those channels are pretty big. I doubt they'd have any interest in working with me. Shane says, what made you start your channel? Well, my channel was kind of started by accident, Shane. I'd got a video camera as a birthday present and just had some video clips for, you know, my own personal stuff, and ran out of storage space. I didn't have a working computer. My SD card was full. And so what am I going to do with this footage? I didn't want to delete it. Put it on YouTube because it was free storage. And people watched and they wanted more. And so then, okay, I thought, I'm getting all these questions of how do you do this? How do you set up your kayak? You know, blah, 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 blah. It was all the same questions. And so I made a how-to video on YouTube and put out a few more videos just to kind of give that how-to video some validation. And, you know, the demand was there. People requested more, and I started putting out more content. It kept growing, and fast forward about 5 years, and here we are. Crazy world we live in, man. Crazy world. Fins and Fines said, you have shown us what is possible, and we appreciate that. Well, thank you. I'm very fortunate to be where I am, that's for sure. Renee Herrera says, I'm 250 pounds. Can you tell me a good starter kayak, inexpensive? Well, 250 pounds, you're good to go on just about any kayak that you would want, any fishing kayak you would want. As far as inexpensive, I would still recommend you get a good quality brand, but go in the used market, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, you know, online sites. You might even hit your local dealers there and see if they have a used, you know, used section, whatnot. But, you know, there's a lot of kayaks that would be fine for you and your weight. You're probably not going to get a Hobie in that price, or in a, you know, inexpensive price range, even a used one, because they hold their value. But you can get a paddle kayak that's Old Town or a Native or Bonafide or Jackson. You'll get those for a few $100, and again, they'll support your weight, no problem. Justin Smith, $4.99. Thank you, Justin. I like your name. You got an awesome name there. He says, hey, Justin, things will get easier. Just don't make the mistake I made by trying not to confront the feelings. Keep your head up. I love watching. Well, thank you, Justin. Yeah, I've been, I've been working through the emotions and stuff that you have when you go through loss. As a ER nurse that I've done for, my whole career before YouTube, you kind of get good at, it sounds bad, but you get good at watching people die because it's just something you see every time you clock in. And so you get good at compartmentalizing stuff and just, you get hardened off to it, and because you got to get through your shift. When somebody dies in the ER, when you're working somebody, you're usually in that room for a while. Meanwhile, stuff's backing up, orders are backing up with your other patients, and so when you come out of that room, you got to be able to get right back to work because your other patients in the other rooms, they don't even know what's going on that you've been dealing with, and so you got to get back to it. And so you get real good at just not confronting the emotions and just plowing forward. But it's a bit different when you lose somebody that's your family. And Brosco was family to me. I mean, he's a dog, but it's like a child to me. So I've really tried to make a conscious effort to try to work through those things instead of just treating it like I would if I was at work. So, well, thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat and your concern there. I appreciate it. Jody DeFoy says, finally made it to 300 likes. I don't know how many likes I'm supposed to get in these live streams. I guess it helps me. People say hitting the thumbs up button helps me. I don't know. Maybe it does. We got 536 people watching me get skunked out here today. It's pretty awesome. That's the nice thing about these live streams. If I was out here today and I was filming a regular video and getting skunked, I'd be not getting any content, not making a dime. So I can go live and still make a few bucks. But yeah, I would like to catch some fish out here today. We got a couple hours before this rain comes back through. So at least the heavier rain anyway. I'd like to catch something. We got Dominic Hollis in the house for $10, y'all. Thank you, Dominic. He says, good morning, Justin. We're here for you if you need us. Feel free to reach out to your fans because I'm sure we'll all be here for you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dominic. I know y'all will be because, I've gotten so much support here the last week. Just people reaching out before anybody even knew anything was wrong, just reaching out wanting to know why I had missed uploads. I've got a big support group here on this YouTube community, and I appreciate it. Danimals Creations and Adventures says, Justin, do you plan on keeping up with your nursing certifications? Yes, I will, just in case. YouTube could go away at any time for me, so I definitely want to keep up my license and my continuing education and all that, just to be safe. I'll spend a lot of time and money getting through school. I'm going to keep that damn nursing license, even if I hope to never use it again. Outdoors and Gaming with Caden says, yeah, Eric, a main character or something will die in the movie and I won't cry, but if an animal finds a home or gets killed, I'll cry. I'm the same way, man. I don't like people all that much, but animals get me every time. Like when Sally Struthers, she used to come on TV back in the day. Some of y'all watching's too young to remember Sally Struthers, but she'd come on there trying to conjure up some money for them starving children and stuff, and you could adopt a kid for 23 cents a day. And I'd be sitting there eating potato chips, not giving a crap, when them starving children's on the TV. But you get that Sarah McLachlan song come on with the abused animals, and I'm like, here, just take a blank check, fill in, take whatever you need, Warren Edwards said, you are a nurse. Wow, much respect. You ever going to go back to that? I hope not, Warren. I worked ER a long time. I hope to never go back to it. Come on. Here's Fins and Fines says, I'd love to give up my job as a pharmacist and do YouTube. Medical field is so stressful right now. Yeah, I'd say as a pharmacist, you're getting hit hard too right now with all the vaccination stuff going on. It's hard on everybody in healthcare right now. any kind of public service, anytime you're dealing with the public with what's going on right now, it's hard. I'll tell you what, let's do, y'all. Hell, we've been out here over an hour on this spot, ain't caught a damn thing, and I thought for sure, I know I'd said we were gonna sit here on this spot all morning, whether I was catching fish or not, but honestly, I thought we'd be catching some fish. I kind of want to move, but I'm concerned about cell phone service too. I got enough service here where I'm at. What do y'all think? Y'all want me to move? Derek Stein said, let's move. All right, Derek, let's get the hell out of here. Let me flip the camera around. We're gonna move. I really thought with as much current as we got out here today, my scent trail's going downriver. Look at that big old white bass head. Can't get nothing to eat that thing. I really thought though, with the current pushing like it is, I'd have some fish downriver for me. Lock in on that bait and come up, and we just had some taps, some really small fish, and we just gonna move. Heck with it. I hope I don't lose you all in the stream when we move. We're gonna have to switch out that head. That thing's been dink tapped, as chewed up. It's weird, right here where I'm at, we got cell phone service. If I go on the back side of this island right over here, I got nothing. I mean, nothing. 0 bars. It's so weird. Down here where I'm fishing at, well, hell, that bait was gone. No wonder we ain't catching nothing on it. Hell far. All right, let's go find us somewhere. We can't do any worse downriver from here. Let's just come off spot lock and we're gonna make our way on down. But I was saying down here, my parents live kind of down in this area, and if you got AT&T, you can get cell phone service at their house. If you got Verizon, you got nothing. So everybody that has Verizon that lives in where my parents do, they park at the end of the road where they can actually talk to people. All right, we on the move here. We got David Chappelle. David, I mispronounce your name every time. But he says, $5. Thank you, David. He says, good morning from Lake Gaston. Do you ever specifically target flatheads, and what kind of structure do they like? I don't specifically target them. I just fish where I would normally fish, and I catch them, you know, sporadically, but they seem to be more prominent in some of the shallower areas. I've caught some of my bigger ones in shallower sections of the river, but creek mouths are really good places for me. That's where I get most of my big flatheads historically, have been creek mouths. I think they just work up into the creeks to go feed, and if you got a bait sitting there, it's a prime location for them. Shane says, sit 15 minutes, nothing biting, gotta move spots. Shane, I've proved your theory wrong countless times. I've caught big fish hours after I set up on a spot. If it's a place that fish are gonna move through, that, you know, like a creek mouth like I was just mentioning, fish like that could come through anytime. Johnny Archibald says, what kind of life jacket are you wearing? I've got an Old Town. It's a Old Town Lure, I think it's called. Jody DeFoy says, fish or no fish, it's good to have you back on the water. We'll be back if you lose service. Well, thank you, Jody. Trophy Seeker says you were fishing on credit. Yeah, I was on that one. I ain't gonna catch them on a bare hook, that's for sure. Brett B says, you think you'll ever get a boat? I will at some point. I'll have to, you know, when my body declines to where I can't sit in a kayak all day, I'll have to, but I don't want to. I like fishing out of a kayak. This is fun. Can't have this kind of fun in a boat. I had my old boat there, and when I started kayak fishing, I just wasn't using it. It was sitting under the carport, and I finally sold it. The only thing a boat would do for me is make catching bait easier. And I could fish in some rougher weather. But I'm gonna try to stay in the kayak as long as I can. We're gonna go on down river here, y'all. There's some deeper water on down here, and we're gonna hopefully have cell phone service and go check it out. And we may start right here and drift a little bit maybe. I don't know what the current speed is. We're probably 0.7, 0.8 today, I would say. Let's see what we got here. Bruta Dano says, how many batteries does your kayak require? I've got 2. I've got one specifically for the electric motor, and then I've got one for my fish finder and electronics. There's Tom in, $5. He says, great to have you back, Justin. So sorry for your loss. Well, thank you, Tom. Derek Stein says, you and Palmetto ever going to do a live stream together? Possibly, Derek. I am hoping to go to Santee Cooper within the next month now, and so I'm going to hook up with him, or try to hook up with him if he's available when I'm over there. Hey, there's Sandra Hillary, $100. Thank you, Sandra. Sandra's in the house early today. It's early for Sandra. She takes her lunch break here at 11. She works for Microsoft, so she might be trying to fix Facebook from yesterday's meltdown. Sandra says she lost her brother on Monday. I'm sorry to hear that, Sandra. I hate that. Ain't nothing. I wish I could say something more to make it better, but I can't. Ain't nothing I'm gonna be able to say to make you feel any better, unfortunately. I hate that you're going through that. Yeah, y'all tell Sandra, send Sandra some condolences there. That's a tough loss. There's Tom in with another $5. So Sandra in the house, sorry for your loss too, Sandra. Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you for that super chat. And y'all, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start about right here. There's a bluff wall right here, and the water's gonna get progressively deeper. I'm 39 feet here where I'm at. We're gonna slide on down the edge of this ledge here. And I think what I'm gonna do is spot lock. And we'll just spot lock, give it a little time, and we'll incrementally work our way down this bluff wall and see if we run into them. 39 feet here. We'll eventually hit about 58 feet on down here at the bottom of it. I assume I've still got cell phone service. I see people popping up on here, so. Sandra says, missed you, let's get a catfish for him. Well, let's try, Sandra. David Chappell. Gosh dang it, I mispronounce it every time, David, I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names. Here's Vivi Saldana, $9.99. Thank you, Vivi. He says, good morning, buddy. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for all your videos. I've learned a lot from you. I'm also very sorry for your loss. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, y'all. Let's switch us out some baits. We might as well just freshen everything up while we're down here. I got some skipjack. I got another white bass. Sandra Hillary, she likes for me to use white bass. And I seem to do pretty well when she's watching, so we're gonna cut a fresh white bass up, cut a fresh skipjack up. We're gonna see what we can make happen here. About cut my finger off in. That wouldn't be good. All right. All right, step one done. Let's trim some fins now. I hope y'all, I'm hoping that y'all can hear me okay now with the phone turned around like it is. The new microphone should solve that problem, and I haven't seen any complaints today with the volume being too low like last time. I had a problem the last time I used this microphone. It was the first time I used it. I didn't have my settings set appropriately. I thought you just turn it on and it worked. And apparently that's not the case. You got to turn the volume up on it. So I've done that, and I'm hoping that it's sufficient now. I assume it is since I haven't had any complaints. All right, let's throw that in the floor right there. We may end up using that again. I ain't got 2 white bass. So if we lose this head, I'll put that other one back on. I guess we'll put white bass here on the left and skipjack on the right. And I'm still going to try to suspend baits now. If they kick the current up anymore, we're going to have to cast out. I can compensate a little bit, but when the current gets a little bit more than what it is, my front lines will get pushed back too far, and if we reel in a fish on my back rod, we'll be bringing it into the other line. Scales off. And we'll try this deeper water down here and see what happens. Well, we can't do any worse than what we were at up there. It was hard times up there today. Hard times. We're gonna chunk that head. That thing's, them dinks had ruined that one. They had ruined that head and ripped me off from that other piece of midsection. Yeah, for those of you just tuning in, I was sitting in a hole upriver a few hundred yards, and we didn't do worth a diddly poo. So if you're late to the live stream, you ain't missed a thing as far as the fishing goes. So we move down river now, and we're just gonna see if we can't improve our calls. All right, it's the last bait going out here, and we'll be back in business again. I see some stuff on the graph there. I don't know if y'all can see or not. I can't see what the camera's looking at with the phone turned around, but we got some kind of marks there. All right, let me get my hands dried off and we'll get back to business in the chat box. Okay, here we are. Back in business. Let me scroll up here and see where we're at here. I know I've missed some super chats. There's Vivi's. There's Tom in. He says, $5. Thank you, Tom. He says, I lost my 11-year-old lab about 3 years ago to cancer. I truly know the pain of losing a canine. Yeah, I'm sorry about your dog there, man. It is tough. It's definitely tough. Tom in again, says Tom likes the white bass too. Nickajack deep holes and some white bass. We couldn't do it. I wish I was on Nickajack today, actually. It'd be we definitely wouldn't be doing any worse. Here's Brother Tom, $5. He says, just found your channel. Love the content, man. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Brother Tom. Eric Phillips says, it's raining down this way. Yeah. It's going to be raining here, too, a couple hours. We're supposed to get some, I think, some heavier rain today, and the rest of the week actually looks terrible. Radar, I'd hoped, I'd set the live stream for this morning because I thought I was going to be able to have a few hour window this morning to fish, and I got up, I'd set my alarm for 5:55 this morning, and I got up and it was pouring down here where I wanted to fish at. And so I was like, well, crap, I ain't gonna get to, but then it looked like it was gonna move on past and have a little break in the rain. So I thought, well, we'll just push the live stream back an hour. And the way the fishing's going so far, it looks like we could have pushed it back for 2 weeks and not caught any less fish. Robert says, watch your poles close, the big one's coming. I hope so. I see some marks down there, man. There's some marks going on. Again, I'm on the edge here of this bluff wall. Right here, you know, we're 40 feet-ish deep, but it drops off on down through here. So we may just set here. Obviously the current's pushing our scent downstream, and then any fish that don't work up, we'll just incrementally go our way back down through here. But I really hope that we would get some fish out here today. Cast Catch says, here in Kingston, it's been raining pretty good. Yeah, I'm kind of between Kingston and Lenoir City, Loudon area right now. So it was pouring down earlier. Curtis Large, $4.99. Thank you, Curtis. He says, love watching you. You're an inspiration and super informative. Sorry for your loss, but glad you're back on the water. Well, thank you, Curtis. Eric Phillips says, I'm still mad at my wife for not letting me buy those fishing rods from you. Well, the wife, she knows what's best with the finances, so. Derek Stein says, Justin, how much are your hats going to be? Good question. I got to figure out the shipping cost on it. I got to see what's the cheapest amount I can ship them for. But it'd probably be somewhere around $25, I think. Probably what it's going to be when it's said and done. They look pretty good. I was pretty impressed with the hats. Daniel did a good job. We got something happening here. We had one hitting me. Well, more dinkity doodahs. Cast Catch, you ever jig a bait to get a fish, checking the bait out to bite? I mean, if you're asking if I fish for bait while I'm catfishing, I do sometimes. Today I don't need bait, so I didn't bring a bait rod or anything. Just no point. Even if I saw bait, it wouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, sometimes. But otherwise, I try to have my bait before I go catfishing. Tom Ince has just ordered the Old Town 136 Autopilot. What model did you have? Is there a way to remove the noise? Thank you for the super chat, Tom. I had the 136 model also, and no, there's no way to that beeping sound. I had reached out to Old Town. You can't. It's a part of the frequency, so there's no speaker wire to disable. It can't be muffled. And some people honestly can't hear it. You know, my dad, for instance, has some hearing loss. He can't hear that beeping sound. But if you can hear it, it will drive you insane. And it was so annoying. Everybody was complaining on my channel. It was driving me crazy. And so I got the Motor Guide now, and it's super quiet. I haven't had any problems with it. It's kind of a pain to raise it and lower it. I had to DIY rig some pulleys, but other than that, no real complaints with it. But I hope you like that Autopilot, man. It's a great kayak. The concept is sound. It's just a lousy motor, in my opinion. So hopefully if they put a better quality motor in that kayak, they'll have a home run. Christian Wood, $20. Thank you, Christian. Says, good morning, Justin. What size battery are you using on your motor and what brand? I have a 100 amp hour lithium battery from Amped Outdoors. And the 100 amp hours for the fishing that I do, it's probably a little too big because I don't even charge my battery after every trip. I normally go 2 trips and then I'll charge. When I first got the battery in my other kayak there, I ran 3 trips, full speed to the spot I was on, spot lock the entire duration of the trip, and then full speed back to the launch. And I did that 3 trips in a row and still hadn't ran my battery out. And so now I do about every other trip I charge. So I could have probably gotten by with a smaller battery and just charged it after every trip. Eric Phillips says, as long as it don't have a Tennessee on it, I'll buy one. That's funny. Jeff Dean, $10. Thank you, Jeff. He said, would pond-raised catfish fillets make good cut bait? Possibly, yeah. I mean, I've used catfish with limited success for bait. It will catch a fish, so if you got it, use it. Tracy Todd says, my grandson is almost 2 and is watching with me chanting, fishy, fishy, fishy. That's awesome, Tracy. Shout out to your grandson there. Aaron Goldsby says, who wants to skip out on work right now? I bet everybody watching that's at work right now wants to skip out. We got 562 people currently watching. I bet you at least 350 of them's on a job right now. We just ain't having a bit of luck out here today. This is terrible. It's just kind of dead out here. I don't know what it would have been like there at first light. Maybe there was a bite then. Yesterday I fished from first light till about 11. And I got fish early. I got, I don't know, 5 or 6 fish. They were small early. And then as the morning went on, I got better quality fish. I got a big flathead. I got a big blue. And then when I went out yesterday evening, I was fishing Fort Loudon yesterday evening and got a few fish, pretty good quality fish. So it was pretty consistent, you know, there from late morning and then in the afternoon. But today so far has been a total bust. Sandra says, just wondered, do you ever chum up the water? I don't, Sandra. I kind of feel like I am a chum pile, really, because I got my baits down so close together that I kind of am creating a little chummed area, just having the baits as close as they are. But I don't specifically throw out chum like you would do in a you know, saltwater fishing or stuff like that. Justin Smith says, I love your attitude towards your situation. I love if that fish bites but don't hook up. Where'd his comment go? So I love your attitude towards your situation. It's the right way to go. If it means anything, I respect you, and I'm sure it's the most difficult thing in your life. Well, thank you, Justin. That's very nice of you. Vivi says, I'm an over-the-road trucker, so it don't matter where I'm at. I'm always watching your videos. Well, you be safe out there watching while you're driving. Sandra Hillary, $1.99 says, wait for it. Super sticker there. Sandra, I've been waiting 103 minutes apparently for these fish to bite. I don't know what the problem is today. Tom Ian, $5 says, do you have any big holding tanks at home for bait? I don't, Tom. I planned on making one. Never got around to it. But I may end up still making one. My thing with live bait is I like the concept of using live bait, but I hate doing it in practice. It's such a pain in the butt to keep alive, and with the kayak, I can't really have a big bait tank. I mean, I can, you know, weight capacity wise, I could have about a 15, 20 gallon tank and stay above water, you know. But I can't transport that weight in the kayak, you know, going back and forth from home to the water. So whatever bait tank I have has to be taken out of the kayak and put in the car And so, you know, you talk about water weight, it's about 8 pounds per gallon. And, you know, you get a 10-gallon tank, that's 80 pounds. That's a lot of weight to be lifting in and out of the car. It's a big hassle. So, and I just do better on cut bait. I mean, all my biggest fish come on cut bait. I can have live bait right next to cut bait, and most of the time, the cut bait's what's going to get hit. So, David Chappell says, I heard another YouTuber say there's not but 2 fish in Fort Loudon. Well, I caught several last night, so they need to do a recount, I guess. Randy C says, my pop says don't catch them all, save some for him. I'm going to save them all for him today, apparently. David Carter says, do you ever bounce bottom when you're drifting? I have done some, I can't remember how I titled it. I've done some of that before. I've got some videos on my channel. Just vertical jigging, that's what it was, vertical jigging, a heavy jig head bouncing along the bottom with some cut bait on it. And had some success doing that, but it's a tiresome technique. The whole bumping thing ain't for me. It ain't my style. I'm too lazy for that. I like to just put my baits out and sit and wait. If I'm gonna be casting or actively working a bait, I'm gonna go ultralight fishing and catch me 100 fish in a trip or something, you know. And when I'm catfishing, I'm just lazy. Got another one now, wanting to mess with the front rod. Whatever that is, he keeps picking that bait there. They gone now. We may end up casting a couple of these baits out here behind me just to mix it up. The current, you know, the thing about the spot lock here on the kayak is the motor is going to face into the current. So it'll keep you positioned, but now if you got wind, if the wind's blowing, the back end of your kayak will be swinging around in the back. And out here today, I don't have any wind. It's perfectly calm, so I could probably cast some baits out and not have them drag forth back across the bottom. Donna says, you're my main man for fishing, love a bunch, Texas shout out. Well, shout out to Texas, Donna. Y'all are my biggest demographic down there. Like 10% of my views come from Texas. Well, when you think about how big the entire world is, that's saying something. Cool Cats Fishing says the bite has been better in the afternoon and early evening over the last few days down here just above Watts Bar Dam. Well, I'm inclined to believe that with how things have went out here this morning. Eric Phillips says, when are you going to do some more carp fishing? Live or recorded, either is fine by me. Probably start next month, Eric, I would say. They typically drop our water levels here in November, or start to drop them anyway. And that will open up some bank locations for me when we do that. Right now, with our water levels being up, you can kind of see here, everything's kind of overgrown on the shoreline, and there's really not a place for me to be able to get out of the kayak and cast out. And I found with the carp fishing, I like my baits to be still, just be sitting down there and not moving. And I had gotten some shallow water anchor sticks for the kayak to try to help keep the kayak still, but I was still getting just enough movement that my lines were getting pulled around and stuff. And so I really felt like that negatively affected me while carp fishing. So hopefully here in the next month or so, I'll be able to do some more. I'm looking forward to it. It was a lot of fun. Carp are very underrated. Derek Parker said he fished Santee 4 days last week. He said the catfish had a lockjaw. Some guys were catching something at night, caught some nice 2-pound crappie using live scope and several larger than your hand brim. Them some big brim then, man. That's awesome. Gary Wormy Rich, he's out, folks. He's got a boss is about to catch him watching it work. Another one tapping there. Marvin Mangum, $5. Thank you, Marvin. Hey, says, as long as the beaver jokes remain indirect, there shouldn't be a problem. Sorry for your loss, and I completely understand, one day at a time, buddy. Well, thank you, Marvin. Yeah, I could probably say some more beaver jokes, but again, I'd lose part of my audience for sure. Yeah, Nightmares, it probably was a channel cat that was tapping that, truth be told. There's Tom, $5. He says, best damn fishing channel out there, from the garden to the information and the in-your-face drag peeling off content. Well, thank you, Tom. I wish there was some drag peeling today. We're about to slide on back down this channel a little bit here. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just come off spot lock a minute and drift. Curious to see what the current is at. May have to lower our baits down as we move along too, because the depth's gonna be dropping off here shortly. Justin Smith says, I'm about to get some breakfast. Should I get a blueberry or chocolate bagel? You know, I mean, if I had those two options, I think I'd go blueberry myself. You can't ever go wrong with blueberry. I'm not much on bagels though. Upstate Angler says, when's the next ultralight video? Actually, tomorrow. It's scheduled. It was scheduled for today, and I pushed it off till tomorrow since we're doing the live stream. I had a pretty unique catch. Well, unique for me anyway, in tomorrow's ultralight video. Sandra says there must be a catfish party, someone. Rick Williams. Rick, I'm trying to read your comment, Rick, and this fish is tapping me. Where'd it go? Rick says, with the distances you travel on the water, would a pedal drive work as well as a trolling motor? Of course, no spot lock, but just for transportation. Yeah, I mean, the pedal drive, I've got my other pedal drive there at the house. The pedal drive, it's not as fast as the motor, and obviously you got to, come up with an anchor solution there if you don't have spot lock. But yeah, pedal drives expand your range a lot versus just a paddle. D. Gray's in the house from Arizona. What's going on? We got a little taparoo. And the frustrating thing is here, y'all, I mean, we marking some fish down there. They're there. But they just ain't wanting to bite. Willis Copp says, I know you've said countless times you don't eat the fish from the river there, but do you eat fish other than what's caught near you? Honestly, I'm not really a fish eater. I'll eat shrimp, but, even the girlfriend likes sushi, and so when we go up there and get sushi, I'll normally get something with like a crab or shrimp or something like that. I'm just never really been into fish. I like catching them, but I don't like eating them. Lee Deals says, do you think the weather's being cloudy or sunny makes any difference? I prefer it being cloudy because I can actually see this screen here while I'm reading the comments when it's cloudy. Get it! Get it! He didn't get it. Surprisingly, I'm only moving at 0.4 here. I thought the current was quicker than that. I think it was quicker than that up there. I must be in just I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, there's all kinds of marks right there. I hope we catch us something today, man. I hate getting skunked. Hate even more when you live. Normal skunk trip, you just don't post a video that day. Sucks from a financial perspective because you don't get paid, but no big deal. But when you live, you live. Tim Crutcher says, do you pour your own sinkers or do you have to purchase them? I never poured my own sinkers. I always purchased them. Now I'm getting them from Catfish Sumo because he's got those ones with the inserts that helps protect your line. And again, catfishsumo.com, code word kayak will get you 10% off your order. Give Daniel a plug there. Here's David Chappell. So did some farm pond ultralight fishing last week. Got a 3-pound largemouth on 2-pound line. That's awesome, man. That's a heck of a catch. Melissa says your bait may be too big. You know, Melissa, I did say that up there. I was going to put on a smaller chunk of bait. And I cut my baits up and I didn't do it. I got distracted. We may, this one's been hit a few times. Here in a few minutes, I'm gonna reel that in and we'll put a smaller one on. William Apple, he's doing a ceremonial catfish dance there. Yeah. I ain't mentioned the girls at the Mouse's Ear. They doing some dancing today too, probably. Shout out to my Mouse's Ear girls. Justin Smith there, he's gonna go get his bagel. I hope it's a good one, man. Paul Last, he's completely out of the loop. He don't have my community post tab turned on apparently, or follow me on any other social media platform. Let's fix this bait here, y'all. Let's just put us on a smaller chunk of bait. You know, maybe they would like a smaller bait. Maybe I normally like to mix up my bait sizes and whatnot. So the hell, they've turned it into a smaller bait. They've ate the gut pocket out of it. Let's switch this out, put us a new bait on, and we'll put a smaller chunk. Let's just take this one here that I cut. Yeah, let's go that right there. Let's see what happens with this. This one here might be small enough that them little dinks down there might be able to do something with. We still got our head pieces, still got that other white bass there on the other. I'm gonna have to slide over a bit. I'm about to, in fact, before I finish lowering that down, let me just get repositioned here. I'm about to end up on this bluff wall if I ain't careful. I'm just struggling with these live streams when I drift, is it's hard for me to hold the position where I need to be and focus on the chat box. But we're gonna make it work out here today because what I've been doing is not working. All right, yeah, let's move out here. Now let's drop this bait down. I'll tell you something else we may end up doing, y'all. If we drift down here to the end of this bluff and ain't done no good, we may go hit the shallows too. I'm gonna lower these other baits down here. I'm dropping off here now. But we may go hit the shallows, maybe bust out the balloons or something and do some trolling. I don't know. We got time till this rain moves in. I got nowhere to be. So we're just gonna fish today, y'all. We'll see what happens. In a perfect world, I'd have set up there where I was at to begin with and we wouldn't have moved. We'd have just caught fish all morning long. But that didn't happen. So we're gonna make it work. Let me scroll up here. Heinz Fishing Line, 1999. Thank you, Heinz. He says, thanks, Justin, for all your time and hard work. I'm local. I thought I was getting hit. He says, I'm local, so I see you grinding even in the freezing cold. It's greatly appreciated and love the content. Well, thank you. Thank you for the super chat and the kind words. Philip H says, how long does your 100 amp hour battery last? I was just wondering because I don't know if I had half a mile left after a trip or could have went for hours longer. Yeah, Philip, you know where I fish at. I mean, Philip fishes the same areas I do and where I launch from and whatnot. I charge every other trip on my 100 amp hour. There's Sandra, $1.49 super sticker with a banana. Don't be giving me no bananas, Sandra. Those are bad luck, not good luck. We got enough bad luck out here as it is this morning. KC Catfishing said, Justin, like to see you drift the stretch again where you caught the big blue with the black spot on its head. You know, I've fished that spot a few times this year and I haven't done worth a crap down there, man. I don't know what's up. Gordon Douglas, $10. Thank you, Gordon. He says, going to laugh his ass off when a 40-inch takes that little bait. I hope you're right, man. Me and you, we'll both be doing some laughing because I'm wanting it to happen. A little tap, tap, taparoo. That was the white bass getting hit that time. You know, I'm seeing again, we got some more marks here as we work our way down, but who knows what they are. Could be anything, but it gives you a glimmer of hope that there's a fish here. Again, I'm gonna slide out here a little bit. I'm creeping up on that bluff wall behind me. I want to be, that bluff wall comes down almost a steep angle, and I want to be at the edge of it. Anytime I'm drifting, I like to be on break lines. I like to be on the edge, whether it's a main channel ledge, bluff wall, what, it don't matter. Right where it starts to have a steep incline. That's where I want to be. And if you ain't paying attention, you'll end up on that ledge or on that bluff wall and you end up getting everything snagged up on you. Paul Lass has been catching any deep stripers. Man, I ain't caught a striper in a while. I ain't done any good on them. Luke Taylor says all the free ads for the mouses here, they should send some money your way. I agree, they should. They should sponsor this channel. That's a great idea. You need to call them. Might be a bouncer kicking my tail for what I've said about them girls up there. 72 Ernest, $5. Thank you. What is that black fuzzy thing under your neck on your vest? A mic? Just seeing what I could use when I get my channel going. Yeah, this is an external mic. It's a Rode wireless mic there. And so I've got the mic, there's the microphone and there's the transmitter. The transmitter is on a mount above my phone, which you can't see right now, obviously. And then I've got this clipped here on my life jacket. So hopefully this microphone is, I think it's better today. I think I've got the volume adjusted appropriately. And what this ideally does is when I was just using my phone microphone, I noticed when I would flip the phone around, when I'd be fighting a fish or something, obviously I'm not talking into the microphone then, so the volume would drop. And then you would get rustling noise when I would take the phone and put it in my life jacket here, reeling in a fish. So that would pick up on there. And then there was one live stream I know where I got splashed and some water got in my phone microphone area there and there was like a popping sound. Really annoying. And so we're hoping here that this will eliminate all that and improve the audio quality, hopefully. But there is, you know, battery life concerns. I think these batteries last 5 hours or so, roughly. So, you know, hopefully that should be enough for live stream purposes. I don't ever go live that long. Muzzy Loader Camp says, you need to start eating a moon pie. That might bring them in. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to eat it on camera. I won't subject you all to that. But I do have me a moon pie here with me today. This is my on the way home snack right here today. Moon pie still won't respond to my emails either, by the way. They don't want nothing to do with me. They too good to even respond. Tyler Lewis said Sally Struthers was the word. I don't know is Sally even still alive? She may be dead by now, I don't know. Tim Eddy says, how does it feel to fish for 566 people? I'd like to catch a fish for them. Right now, it's kind of embarrassing that I'm getting skunked. So that's how it feels right now. Right now, it feels embarrassing to have 567 people watching this crap. These fish, man, you see them down there on the graph. They're like, screw you, Justin. We ain't biting nothing. So, we're going to drift down here. I was just going to spot lock my way down this bluff wall. We're just going to go ahead and drift down it and see how it goes. And, you know, if we get bit, awesome. If not, we're going to have to mix things up here. We're going to have to, we may go hit the shallows just for, why not? You know, nothing else is working. Yeah, hooked up catfish, so that's why it's called fishing, not catching. I like to do the catching. Fishing's okay, I guess, but I'm more of a kind of guy that likes to do the catching. Catch fish, not herpes. That should be a t-shirt. Yeah, palmetto cats, I'm still skunked. I ain't worth a damn. I'm the world's worst catfisherman. Oh, we got thumped right there now. Something hit me. Something hit that bait pretty hard, and there's several marks right there. Let's see if one of them will take it. It's on that skipjack head. He just nipped it. Hell with him. We didn't want to catch that. See, anybody can come out and catch fish on the live stream, right? Anybody can do that. I'm building the suspense by not catching fish. That's what I'm doing. I'm building this up. We're growing an audience here. We're just waiting. You know, when you get the main event don't go on first. You save it to last. So that's what I'm doing. We're saving the main event. Mr. Kitty Whiskers says, what network do you use? I tried to do a live yesterday and I couldn't get YouTube to load on my phone. I have AT&T and it's spotty. You know, if I don't have at least 2 bars, I can't go live without buffering. So I try to look for areas that I can possibly catch fish at and have enough cell phone service. There's some places out here that I'd like to fish that I can't do it and be live. Tom Inn's back with $10. He said he got a call from work. Yeah, don't let me get you fired or nothing here now. David Chappell says, I see the problem, a moon pie but no RC. That's the truth. I need me an RC out here today. Palmetto Cat says, yeah, Justin, that's what I'm doing on my lives, building the suspense. Yeah. Pete Garcia says, send that moon pie down. Well, the way these fish have done me today, I wouldn't give these fish the pleasure of giving them a moon pie. They don't deserve it today. Look at all that. I mean, there's just a ton of fish down there on the bottom. And they ain't doing nothing. I don't know, again, I don't know what them fish are down there. But there's clearly some fish down there. I don't know. They'll either bite or they won't. We got a bait in their face if they do decide. My bait's fresh. My skipjack's 2 days old. My white bass was caught yesterday evening, so bait's good and fresh. Might have been a good idea to have a live bait today. Here I have badmouth live bait, but today might have been the day that I needed some. Either way, we're dry right now. We're out here fishing. We can enjoy each other's company. And I ain't had to bust out the umbrella here in probably an hour or so, so that's a win in itself. Trophy Seeker says, just don't do a cliffhanger episode. You could do some cliff diving or cliff climbing, rock climbing over here. William Apple says, Sally Struther, she's alive and kicking at 74. That's good to know about old Sally. I wonder if she's still feeding them starving children for 29 cents a day. With inflation, I bet they've had to raise their prices up on that 29 cents a day. Here's Marvin, $5. He says, try a cell phone signal booster. You know, that's been recommended to me, Marvin, but I think you have to plug them in, don't you? I think some of them's got a plug in. I don't know how I'd do it out here. I'd probably have to have an inverter or something. There's Dave Gatton back with $5. He says, up here in Maryland, we fish the tides. Since you don't have tides there, do you think the barometric pressure has anything to do with the bite? Possibly. Yeah, the current flow out here has a lot to do with our bite. The bite's usually better when we have flow, which we do have today. But yeah, today's just a struggle for whatever reason. It could be the weather. We do have this weather moving in today. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not, I never really pay attention to that. Even when I was keeping a fishing log and journal and all that, I never kept track of the barometric pressure. I never really cared. I just fished when I could and just tried to make it work while I was out there. And so I don't even know what the barometric pressure is out here today. That is one thing, since I'm live streaming on my phone, I can't check radar either. So when this rain gets on me, we're gonna know when it's on me, I guess. Philip H says, that's just how fishing is. Sometimes you look like a genius and sometimes you get a lot of time to reflect. That's a great way of looking at it. Mark Francis said he missed me. That's a big splash of something down there. Yeah, I missed you guys too. It's good to be back. I wish it was better circumstances, but it is good to be back on here. Epic Catfish in the house says, Justin, we've had a very narrow bite window the last few weeks on the Mississippi. Yeah, I feel like I've missed my window out here today, or ain't got to it yet. Gail, you ain't missed a thing. Welcome back. Tyler goes fishing in the house. There's Hillary Whiteman. Hey, that's a good idea. Yeah, somebody else could check radar for me. Adam R., you ain't missed nothing. We can't catch no fish out here today. Catching fish is overrated on a live stream. Takes away from me interacting with people, so we don't want to catch any. There's Isaiah in the house. Yeah, I don't know what's that. Another big splash down there. Joseph, I got a smaller bait on right now. I reeled this backer rod in a little while ago and made it a real small piece. So we got options for them. I'm about to move again here, creeping up on this ledge again. I'm going down this way, and there's just I don't hardly feel any breeze, but it just keeps moving me closer and closer to that wall there. Yeah, we're gonna drift down here where this next creek comes in, and then we may move up in one of these creeks. Tie on some balloons or something. We'll go down to 2 rods if we do that, but it may get us a bite, I don't know. If the fish ain't biting deep, maybe they biting shallow. Sometimes I feel like are bad days where I'm not getting bit, probably are just lights out, you know, from the fish, just because they're up shallow feeding, and I'm just fishing way too deep for them. But today, I actually see fish down there deep on the graph, so I'm inclined to believe they just down there and not actively feeding. We've tried spot locked with bait sitting still. We're drifting now, bait's moving. So, I don't know. I'm perplexed right now. Lake Sam Rayburn Crappie King says we could catch more at the mouses. We'd catch something at the mouses here, buddy. Might get you some clap up there. Paul Lass says he appreciates the live stream. Well, thank you, Paul. I'm sorry you don't get to go fishing as much these days. I do think that's one nice thing about the live streams for people that, you know, like in Paul's case, it's, you know, his health don't allow him to get out and fish as much as he used to, is these live streams kind of do allow people to come along with you for the trip. And I think that's one of the pretty cool things about it. It's kind of like you're not here and physically here, but you're kind of here. You're going through the same things and, you know, seeing it live happen. So I think that's one of the cool things about the live stream stuff. Get it, fish. Get it. Get it. That ain't a fish we want to catch anyway. Well, maybe it is. No, I thought it was a smaller one. He gave it a little tug there, but that's all he's got in him. We didn't want to catch that one. We've waited 2 hours on a fish. When we get one, it needs to be a good one. There's something else splashing behind me there. Yeah, folks, I'm gonna lower my baits down a little bit more here too. We're starting to drop off. We're 47 feet now. We're gonna lower them down just a little bit. I see something coming up here, y'all. I'm concerned. I don't know. Y'all look back up that way. You tell me, is that fog or is that rain? Well, we got a fish messing with this one. I was just about to lower it down, but I can't tell if that's fog coming at me or rain coming at me. I hope it ain't rain. That's one of the bad things will be if we do go shallow and we start pulling balloons. My umbrella is going to get in the way of that when we put it up. This fishing here, just suspending baits, it ain't going to make a big deal if I got the umbrella up. But it'll be a nuisance if we use the balloons. All right, we got our baits where they need to be again. I lost my spot again. Boy, these comments are coming. Tyler Lewis says, buddy, this is the first video I've ever seen you ain't caught a fish. I try to not post videos. I don't want to post no skunk videos. Ain't nobody want to watch that. Let me scroll on down here, but I missed a bunch of comments. Joseph Bahealer says, balloons, what's the difference in balloons and corks? Just a matter of preference. Oh, here's the Upstate Angler says, Watts Bar is surrounded right now with rain, buddy. If we got one hooked up here, is he hooked up? Y'all, heck with that fish. That's rain coming at me. That ain't fog, that's rain. I can hear it. Let's see what's going on. Is this fish on? He's on. Let me fix the camera back. We're gonna get our first fish here. He ain't worth catching, I'll tell you that, but we're getting a skunk out. That's on that tiny bait. What we need is some big fish to come up and eat this small one here. It's good to finally hook into something though. This has been awful out here this morning with these fish. The weather has been fairly cooperative up until now, but the fishing has just been a dud. Come here, fish. We gotta get you unhooked quick. I mean it, fish. Come here now. We got rain coming. I gotta get my umbrella up. Well, Sandra Hillary, this first fish was going to be for you here, but it ain't worth catching. So we may have to do another one or something. There he is. There's a skunk buster. All right. Let me get the umbrella here. My poor man's bimini top. Get that set up. Let me reach out from behind the umbrella and get us another bait ready. I'm gonna put on another small piece. Again, we got big baits on the other ones there. Put on a chunk here. Maybe it'll at least get us a little action. Well, this old umbrella is cumbersome to work around, y'all. We're making it work though. The things I go through to catch a fish on camera. If I wasn't doing YouTube, I would not be on the water today, that's for sure. They call people like me fair weather fishermen because we don't like going out in the rain and all that stuff. All right, now I'm back under the umbrella here. Yes, rain's coming through. I thought I was going to have a few hour break there in between the rain, so I don't know what time it's getting to be, but let me adjust that umbrella around. All right, let me get back to the chat box now. We're fishing in the rain, y'all. There's Keith. He said, Keith says, from the looks on radar, if it's rain, you're having some bad luck. Yeah, it's rain, buddy. It's raining. Upstate Angler says from 1:30 to 3, the whole lake is practically covered. Yeah, I knew that bad rain was supposed to come in later on this afternoon, but I thought we was going to have a little window of time here this morning where I was going to be able to fish. Hey, Dave Setzer, thanks for joining the live stream, buddy. He said he's never watched us live before. I gotta adjust this umbrella. Bear with me, y'all. My legs are getting wet. I got me some new bibs. So hopefully they're gonna work. My rain suit the other day, I fished the bass tournament there on Sunday and got just drenched. I had some frog togs, and them frog togs are garbage. Them things failed me. I was completely soaked from head to toe. I mean, it was awful. Today, at least we got the umbrella. Let's see. Let's scroll on down. Boy, I missed a bunch of comments while I was dealing with that fish. Mari Tobias says, I love fishing in the rain, but it doesn't rain much in SoCal except for today. It rained for 20 minutes. You know, last night I was watching the ball game there in Los Angeles, and they had to delay it for weather. I guess it stormed there or something, so I guess that don't happen very often out there. There's Tom in, $5. He says, rain, rain, go away, come again another day so Justin can stay and attempt a catfish sleigh. Well, thank you, Tom. There's Barry Black, $5, said, this is for Roscoe. Well, thank you, Barry. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the well wishes about Roscoe today. Despair Queen, no, I've never tried those Rippin' Lips rods. Yeah, folks, this is pretty good rain shower we got going here. I don't know. We can deal with a little rain. I just don't want to do a monsoon. Hard thing about being live in the rain is, you know, obviously I got a phone and microphone and all this stuff, and that ain't waterproof. So ain't no way to make it waterproof other than have it under a canopy like this umbrella here. Yeah, Hillary said I didn't understand the delay last night. Yeah, Hillary, I didn't really understand either. I mean, I thought they were in a dome. So I don't know why they would delay the game because of a storm if you're inside a dome, but I don't know. There, catfish and crappie got to get back to work. Thank you for stopping by, Mark. Baits in the water said, will you sign the first 100 hats sold? If you want me to sign your hat, I'll sign it for you. Boy, I wish this rain would quit. That's unfortunate. Because we're almost down here to the end of this bluff. And if we didn't get bit on the way down here, which it ain't looking like we're gonna, I was gonna run back in one of these creeks and do some shallow water fishing. And fishing shallow with this umbrella and the balloons behind me is going to be tough, because this thing is definitely going to be in the way. We'll figure it out. Cody Stott says he just started kayak fishing a few weeks ago and already hit a PB. He's obsessed. That's awesome, man. Congrats on that new PB. JR63601 says, Justin, are you a glutton for punishment out there fishing today? I feel like it, buddy. It's been a bust from not catching diddly poo to this lousy weather. We should have saved this for another day. Steve Hogan says, what do you have your umbrella stuck into? Oh, hang on, Steve. We got us a fish over here now. We got us a fish on. Hang on now. Is he still on there? Oh, heck far, Steve. We had us one. Let me lower it down. I need to lower my other baits too. Crapola. Let me get these other baits lowered down. Hang on, Steve. I'm gonna show you what I do with my umbrella here in just a second. I'm about to. Boy, this rain sucks, y'all. It's hard for me to reach my rods without getting the phone out there in the rain. And all you can do is just laugh at it. Mother Nature didn't want me fishing this week. The weather forecast is looking like this the rest of the week too. All right, let me get the phone back out here. So anyway, Steve Hogan. So I built me an umbrella holder here. Need to tighten that thing back up. I've got a ram ball here, 1-inch ram ball on my Hobie A-Trail. I got a ram mount. This is just one of them generic Amazon deals that goes into another ram ball, which I have attached to a PVC end cap. And I've got another smaller piece of PVC that I found that I could fit an umbrella handle down into. So that allows me to kind of move this umbrella around a little bit and articulate it to protect me from rain and whichever direction the wind blows in on and stuff like that. So it's not a perfect solution, but you know, you can't really have a bimini top in a kayak because, you know, the wind would just flip you over. But on calm days like today, wind-wise anyway, when it's raining, it's cheap and effective. Let's see. Well, Big Bear 607's out the rest of the year with 2 knee replacements. So, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you have a speedy recovery. David Setzer, how deep's the hole you're fishing today, and what type of bait? We've hit water from 40 to 58 feet today, and we've got white bass and skipjack. And look at all them fish there on the graph, y'all. Look at that. They're stacked up there. Let's just spot lock here a minute. We're going to spot lock and set on them a minute. I mean, there's fish down there all over. And we can't get nothing to bite. Epic Catfish says Sean's PB went from 55 to 70 to 85 all in one live fishing show last week. That's awesome, man. That was a heck of a show right there. Curtis Large says, I love this community. I do too, Curtis. There's some good people on here. Sandra says she catches more when it rains. Well, Sandra, we ought to be wearing them out today then, because it's pouring right now. Let me scroll on down here. I missed some more. David Simmons says, Justin, you should try a golf umbrella. They're big. That's what I got. I got me a golf umbrella. Slim Jim Lock Pickin' says, hey Justin, what are your thoughts on circle hooks versus regular hooks? I missed a good bite yesterday that was taking my line and had my clicker on. When I went to reel in to set the hook, it was gone. Yeah, I mean, you know, hooks are kind of a personal preference deal. I like circle hooks. You're not going to get as good a hookups with a circle hook as what you will a J hook, but you're also not going to get the gut hooks either. And so I would rather miss a fish occasionally and not kill it. Look right here. That may be hooked up, y'all. Let me get the camera back in here. Yeah, we hooked up. We hooked up now. I spot locked here where we marked them fish, 56 feet. This is on the white bass, I think. Yeah. We've covered enough water here, by gosh, we is due. I don't know how I'm gonna land this thing under the umbrella and keep the phone dry and microphone dry, but we're gonna come up with something, I guess. Yeah, this here was the white bass body chunk. Yeah, it's another dink though, another dink size blue right there. Why don't you pop off the hook for me, fish? Just pop free. Come on, roll one more time for me. I don't want to get wet any more than I already am. That hook's barely hooked in his mouth too. It's barely in there. Come on, any other time he'd be rolling and flopping around. One good thrash and you're gone. And he ain't gonna do a daggone thing to cooperate. You can't make this stuff up, people. Any other time, it'd be splashing around and flopping. There he goes. I'll just bring you in like this, maybe. All right. You done, fish. Well, guys, we got us another one there. There's fish number 2. About as big as fish number 1. There you go. Let me get the slime off my hands. We'll put us another bait on. That was on white bass. That was on a bigger chunk too. Well, I heard something up there. I hope that wasn't thunder. Hope it was a truck or something. We can deal with a little bit of rain. We ain't gonna deal with no lightning. Okay. All right, there's our next bait going down. Old white bass chunk. Yeah, we'll just set here spell where we mark them fish at and just see what's going on. And definitely marked more fish the further we've got on down in here than what I was seeing there earlier, so we'll see what happens. Let me just make sure my other baits, while I'm at it, let me just make sure my other baits are lowered down properly. We did drop off to a little deeper water. Bear with me, y'all. Let me get these other baits situated and I'll be back on the chat. All right. Well, what I missed? I miss anything? Let's see. Here was Matt Huff. $5. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate the support, man. Got a bunch of people saying fish on. Heck yeah. It's nice to have one, a solid hookup. Matt Huff says, how many rods have you lost kayak fishing? A few. I've never had a fish take off with one, but I've fumble fingered a few overboard. Charlene McLean in the house. Hey, Charlene. Thanks for tuning in. Upstate Angler says, mostly green on radar, but a few yellow spots. Yeah. I sure wish it'd hold off a little while. But Nikki Hayes, you tuned out at the wrong time. We got 2 small fish so far. Kellen Phelps says, is that the same spot you caught that big fish last June? No, I'm a few miles downriver from where we got that big one last June. Grumpy old catfishman says that moon pie may be my banana. It may be today. Something's up. Hey, Bud Brutus is in the house. 1999. Thank you, Bud. He says, glad to see you're back. Your past videos kept me entertained. Well, thank you, Bud. It's good to be back. I wish it's better circumstances. David Setzer, Justin, what's your absolute favorite catfish bait? Skipjack, my favorite bait. Easily my favorite bait. We're getting another one hit right here. That's on that smaller piece too. If he can't get that, he don't deserve it. Yeah, we'll just stay spot locked here for a few minutes, see what's up. Again, for those of you that tuned in late, I had planned on spot locking and sitting in one spot all morning today. And we sat there a long time, first thing, and just wasn't having nothing happening. It was just a few dink taps. And so moved on downriver here along a bluff wall, started moving down through here, got 2 small fish, but nothing to brag about. So we may go hit the shallows before it's said and done. Biggest thing that's holding me back from going to the shallows right now is just this umbrella, which we're going to have to stay live and keep everything dry. But we're going to make it work. Tim Zazinski's in the house from West Virginia. William Apple, he's having a slow day at work. Me too, William. Me too. Aaron Goldsby said, sure will be fun to watch him try catching donkeys like Epic caught. Yeah, I don't know if I can handle his fish or not. I don't know if I can handle them that big. He catches some monsters up there. K&K Fishing Adventures. Kelly is in the house from North Dakota. Says, hey Justin, I'm coming in late, but I had to make sure I donated. Rain looks like fun. Glad to see you back. Well, thank you, Callie. Glad you could make it in today. Y'all check out K&K Fishing Adventures. Callie up there is putting out some content. They ain't hardly got no water left up there in North Dakota, but the fish that's in the water she's catching them. Marvin says, I need a frequently asked questions page. Yeah, I thought about that, but nobody would go to it. I even did a video with some frequently asked questions. People watched it, but then a month later I'm getting the same questions again, so it just don't work out. Alan Abel says, Smoky Mountain sunshine falling on you. I just tuned in. It feels like it today. We got some Smoky Mountain weather out here in the hills of Tennessee. Hillary said, this may be a dumb question, and I've seen you participate in tournaments. Are there ever catfish fishing tournaments? Yeah, there's boat and kayak catfish tournaments. Russ St. Pierre says, do you think catfish get affected by fishing pressure like bass do? I'm sure they do, yeah. I mean, places that, especially community hole type places, that just gets pounded all the time. PSH MJ says, sorry, he's late. Well, you didn't miss nothing, buddy. Catfish Clyde caught a 25-pound blue last night. Congratulations, buddy. Steve Sellers says, Justin, I'm bringing my mother-in-law to see her brothers in Knoxville the next couple days and cannot bring a boat. Do you have any unique or interesting bank fishing spots you could recommend? Well, if you're going to be in Knoxville, I would recommend going down to Concord and Farragut there. There's some fishing piers and a lot of bank fishing locations there along Concord Park and along that road. You can drive up that road there. North Shore Drive, and you'll see various places to pull off and fish, and a lot of good fish are caught there too. So I'd recommend going there. If you need bait, CNC Outdoors is on that road, and she can hook you up with some skipjack. Let me scroll on down. Here's Tom in, $5. He says, one of the frequently asked questions, what kind of fish are you fishing for, Mr. Kayak Catfish? Yeah. That's the truth. I feel like I'm fishing for bare hooks today because that's what we're getting. Jason Coleman says, out of all your kayaks, which is your favorite one to take on the water? That's a good question, Jason. For video purposes, I really like my Hobie Pro Angler. I can hook my motor up to it, so I get my speed, I get my spot lock, I got plenty of room to store all the extra gear, yada, yada, yada. As far as just having fun catching fish though, I had more fun in my Hobie Outback than any other kayak I've had. It was a narrow platform. It was a lot of fun. Now, the seat sat very low in it. It wasn't very comfortable for long periods of time, but I had a ton of fun in that kayak. My new kayak there, my Old Town Pedal kayak, the big water, it's a lot of fun too, because again, it's kind of a narrow platform, a little bit more, it's stable, but when you get your big fish, you get rocked a little bit. And the more narrow the kayak, the more fun you have. But for video purposes, I really need a larger kayak, a little bit more stability, more storage. So hopefully that answers your question. Steve Sellers says they live off North Shore. Oh yeah, well, you're around some good fishing there. There's Romans. He says, +1 on Concord area. A lot of catfishing people off the bridge and piers, yeah. There's been some really big fish caught there from them piers, and I've caught one of my biggest blues ever at the creek mouth that the, whatever that creek is, Turkey Creek there, that goes up through there. I caught one of my biggest fish ever at the mouth of Turkey Creek. There's Uncle Lou, $10. He says, it's donkey time with Mr. Epic here. Thank you, Uncle Lou. Eric Romine says, and that girl at CNC is awesome too. Yeah, she's all right. I wouldn't know if I'd call Holly awesome, but she's okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give her like, I don't know. Customer service in there, I guess I'd give her like a 6 or 8. She's been pretty good to me. I did have to drive up there to pay my tournament entry fee the other day instead of her letting me PayPal it, but whatever. I'm not bitter or anything. Joey says, what's your biggest fish on the Catfish Sumo rods? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Probably one of them from one of my Nickajack trips there a couple months ago. That'd probably be my biggest. I keep waiting to smash a new PB, but just ain't happened. Well, we ain't getting nothing here on the spot lock. Let's just let's come off of it and drift on down a little more. I'm going to make my way on down to this next creek, and we may run back up in here, pull some balloons or something. The rain is it's still raining. I ain't gonna be able to come out from under the umbrella, but it's slacked off some. Definitely ain't as hard as it was 5-10 minutes ago. So I'm gonna ease on out here. Wind keeps pushing me up here on this bank. All right. Tyler Lewis said, I'm curious to what his PB is. The fish from the video titled Holy Catfish would be my biggest. Greg Cruson says, I may be saying your name wrong. I'm sorry, Greg. He says, do you have boat trailers for your kayaks? Love your videos. I do. I have a trailer for each kayak, just jet ski trailers, and with some PVC bunks. Willis Cop says, does the girlfriend like fishing too? If so, we need to see a live stream of the both of you out in the water. No, she's not big on fishing. She don't, ain't her thing. So she never got into it, which is fine for me because I like fishing by myself usually, so. Oh, here's Callie back, $50. Thank you, Callie. Boy, Callie's loading me up today. Said, caught 2 smallmouth on a jitterbug on my last trip, 18 inches and a 17.5 inch. Like you say, one fish can make the whole trip. Man, those are some dang nice smallmouth there. Congratulations on that, Callie. And thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. Rick Williams says, do you like the Hobie pedal drive with the fins or the propeller drive like the Old Town, and why? I prefer the Old Town propeller drive. And here's why, Rick. The Hobie pedaling motion kills me. It kills my back. It gives me sciatica. Now, I'm in the minority on that. Most people prefer the fins and the Hobie pedal drive. The Hobie pedal drive is better in shallow water, and it's better in weeds, because the shallow water you can flutter kick and bring your fins up near the bottom of the kayak. And of course, weeds, it's a lot better. They don't get wrapped up in the prop like it does the Old Town. But the Old Town, the bicycle pedal motion, it doesn't hurt me. It doesn't bother me like the Hobie pedaling motion does. So I can go longer and faster with the Old Town drive. So I prefer it, but if you're on the fence considering them both, I'd recommend you try them both out and see which best suits your needs. Upstate Angler says, Holly called, she wants her net back. Well, in my defense, it was a used net that she gave me. Upstate Angler says, Old Town has instant reverse also. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That is a big plus for the Old Town, especially if you're, you know, if you're bass fishing or ultralight fishing or something where you need to be making constant corrections and adjustments, having the instant reverse is pretty nice. You know, here's something else I'm concerned about, y'all, is my little handheld battery pack here. It's got 4 lights on it. Tells you when you got a full charge. I only got 2 lights right now. Now I got a new phone. The battery should be good, but we've been live for almost 3 hours. I hope we don't run out of battery today. We may. That may be what gets us. If it ain't the rain that gets us, it may be running out of battery. There's Holocheck 4075 $4.99. Thank you, Matt. He says, missed you, buddy. Glad to see you back. Thoughts are with you. I'm late to the party today. Well, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. It's good to be back. Jeff Gibbs says, working for a living sucks, man. I don't blame you one bit for feeling that way. Not at all. Yeah, y'all, I think this rain may have. I think the rain's quit for a minute here. Let me say we get out from under this umbrella. Yeah, it's kind of misting a little bit, but I think we can ditch the umbrella for a second. Yeah, y'all look at all them marks right there, man. Yeah, they're blocking out part of my depth there because we got so many fish. They won't touch nothing. They ain't having it today. We're going to we'll slide on down here. I kind of want to go back and check out the shallows. I don't know if that's smart or not, but I kind of want to. Upstate Angler says, I have a new Hobie PA. Should have thought about that reverse before the purchase. Well, you know, I used the Hobie a long time. It wasn't until I got to the Old Town and had reverse that I appreciated it. So it may not affect you at all. Weekend Angler says, getting in late, Justin. Anything good today? Not today, man. We've had 2 small fish so far. Chad W says, does a Bluetooth mic use a lot of juice? Honestly, I don't know. The microphone I'm using here, this Rode Wireless, has a built-in microphone. So, built-in microphone. Of course it has a built-in microphone. It has a built-in battery. So it's not pulling off my phone battery. We got hit somewhere here. Something got a little tap. So I thought anyway. Yak Nasty said, that pop from your umbrella made me laugh. Ha ha. Not gonna say why though. Inside joke there, I guess. Epic Catfish said he's had the same thing 3 weeks in a row. Marked plenty of big fish and predictable feeding locations, but they would not bite. Oh, hellfire. Hang on, y'all, I'm snagged. This is the biggest thing we've caught all morning right here, y'all. It's a rock or a log down there. Well, I hate for us to break off, but if we do, it'd be a sign from the universe that when we retie, we're just gonna put on a balloon and go work the shallows maybe. Come on now. I mean it now, you pop free. We live on YouTube, we can't be getting snagged. That's something amateurs do. I'm supposed to pretend I'm a professional on the YouTube. Gosh dang it. Well, that one's in there pretty good. Tell you what, let's do. If we're gonna break off, we might as well go back here and work the shallows. So, let's reel this other crap in. We'll go up here above this snag to see if I can work it free. And then me and all, I don't know, 400 or 500 of you, however many still watching this crap, we're gonna run back here in this creek and we're gonna see what's going on in there, because we can't do no worse in the creek than what we have done out here in the channel today. There's gotta be a fish feeding somewhere. I don't care what the weather is, what the conditions are, there's always fish biting somewhere, somehow. So we're gonna go looking. All right, let's get up here now and see if we can work this free. Bear with me, y'all. All right, I guess it'd help if I come off spot lock, wouldn't it? This is real world fishing right here, folks. Can't catch a damn thing and getting snagged. Look at all that right there too. Whatever I'm snagged in, these fish right on top of it. There it comes. Yeah, it's broke off. Somebody called Daniel, Catfish Sumo, tell him I need some more sinkers. Yeah, we'll just retie this. For me to run them balloons, y'all, I was gonna have to clip my line, take my sinker off anyway. So that's what we'll do. That's a sign from the universe, y'all. Sometimes the universe tells you, change things up. So off we go. We're gonna go down here. We're gonna go back in this creek. We're gonna run to the very back of it if we got cell service. I'm going to the back of it. Some of y'all might not be coming with me if the cell service sucks back here. But we're gonna go to the very back of this thing, start shallow, work our way out. And if we don't find fish here, heck with it. We're going to the house before the next round of rain comes through. Let me just make sure I ain't missed no super chats or nothing coming up through here. Oh, my finger's wet. I can't scroll on the screen. I'm having a hard time here, y'all. I seen another one. There's Tom in. It says, come out and eat fish, take it down. I wish, man. These things need to get it in gear. We're running out of time here. Everybody's saying shallows, so we're gonna go to the shallows. We're gonna make some dreams come true. Hooks and Hammocks says, is there a reason you've not set up memberships for your channel? We was just talking about that earlier, Chris. I may end up doing it. My thoughts on the channel memberships was I didn't have nothing extra to offer people, but I don't know, we'll see. I may end up doing it. Anything for $1, that's my motto. We're gonna go back here, y'all. This is a fairly long creek, and I hope we got cell phone service. It's pretty deep out here toward the mouth of it, but we're gonna go to the very back, and we'll start just a few feet deep, and I'll put my balloons, we'll set baits about 3 foot deep and work our way out. And we'll just troll. You can see out here, we're 17 feet or so. There's a big drop here. So out there in the channel where we was at, you know, we were mid 50s, 56, 57 feet or whatever. And then it drops straight off here out this creek. And so it's a big drop, 17 feet down to 50 something. But again, this is a long creek. And so what the heck, we're gonna run back in here and just see what's up. Maybe these fish are just super active today, and maybe they're up here in the shallows feeding. There's a professional fisherman over there. That's one of them ducks or whatever. They ought to be, if I could speak duck, they might could tell me where some fish are at. 537 people in here right now, seeing me get rained on and struggle out here today. Like I said before though, you know, if you're going to get skunked, at least on the live stream, you can still get some content from it. A regular video today's, well, first off, if I was filming a regular video, I wouldn't have come out here today with the weather like it is. But the action I've gotten, 2 small blues, this wouldn't make YouTube for dang sure. This will be one of them days where I just scrap the footage. Upstate Angler says memberships get first dibs at memorabilia. Man, I'll tell you, I've been surprised. Thank you all to everybody who's put in bids on the memorabilia stuff. It's been really surprising to me. I've sold 3 things. One went for $350 and the other 2 went for over $200, and it's been pretty amazing. I get a lot of support on this channel. I never in a million years thought those things. I was thinking, you know, I might get $50 or something, you know, I wasn't expecting that. And I'm curious, I'm gonna put my rods up for sale, my ugly stick rods that y'all have seen in countless videos. I'm really curious to see what those go for. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I got 4 of them, so it ain't like it's something that's gonna be able to make more of. We got Joshua Hall in the house, $20. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate that. Bill Coulter. Bill's another donor. He gives me money through the PayPal there. I got a PayPal link for, you know, the people that do the super chats and stuff. Obviously, I can acknowledge you in real time and chat with you. The PayPal, I can't check the PayPal on my phone while I'm live. But Bill's one of the supporters through there. I appreciate him. He says fast kayak. Yeah, we're hauling. Fast as we can go anyway. We're about 4.3 right now. Got to make a pretty good run here to get back to this creek. It's a pretty long creek. This creek here, though, I mean, you would think with this creek, with the drop off there being, you know, 57, 58 feet of water, and this creek being a shallow water food source with quick access to deeper water right there, you would think it would have some fish in here from time to time, but we're gonna see. I don't know if it's gonna happen today, but we'll see. We got you some kayaks right over there. They just down there by the water. They must not have no thievery problems around here. I'd be worried, you know, if I lived on the water. Now, I couldn't afford to ever live on the water. But if I did, I'd be worried people be stealing stuff off your docks. I mean, I'll go by these docks and stuff fishing, and these rods and reels and other pieces of gear just left out on the docks. It ain't tied down, it ain't locked up or nothing. I'd be worried people would steal me blind. There's Tom Ian says, Joshua Hall in the house, come on shallows. Yeah, man, we heading to the shallows right now. Yeah, Josh says you're welcome. Love watching your videos. Have a great day. Well, thank you again, Joshua. He's a good man. Epic Catfish says, when you sell those rods, get one of those rod signature pins and sign them. Well, I'll look into that. I didn't know they made such a thing that I could sign a rod. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, them rods, I mean, you know, they're old ugly sticks. I mean, I had them since the early 2000s, so just the value of the rods, they're not worth anything, you know, 15, 20 bucks. But they were used in the videos, and so, you know, for people out there who likes that kind of thing, maybe want to use them or hang them on the wall or something like that. You know, it may be some value to somebody. It may help me raise some money here on this channel too, so. I don't have any use for them. They're just going to sit in the closet at my house. The girlfriend, she'd never let me hang them on the wall or anything. I'm lucky to get a fellow last year made me he does some woodworking, and he had made me a sign with the Kayak Catfish logo, and it's burned into the wood there. It looks really nice. I got it hanging up, and I've got my YouTube award. It's on a table in the living room for the 100,000 subscriber thing. YouTube sends you a little plaque, and so we got it putting up in there. But otherwise, ain't no way she's gonna let me have no rods hanging on the walls. Pontoon Jody says, your kayak's going faster than my pontoon. Yeah, I'm making a wake back there, ain't I? We're going 4.3 miles an hour down through here. Uh-oh, Todd says, anybody else having video issues? Yeah, I was worried about that, Todd. We may have some buffering going on. We got cell phone problems out here. Hopefully he's the only one having problems. Yeah, Todd says he's buffering. Anybody else buffering? We may have to go back out to the channel. Okay. But other people saying just Todd. Okay. Yeah, cell phone service down here is so weird. Like I was saying, that island up there where we started at earlier in the stream, main channel, I got plenty service. You go on the back side of that island, I got nothing. I mean, no bars, zero service. It's crazy, and it's not that far. You know, it's a few hundred yards, but that few hundred yards is the difference between having service and having nothing. So hopefully we're gonna be okay down through here. We still got a little ways to go, y'all. Bear with me. This is a long creek, but we're going to the back of it to start. Right now, we're still 11 feet deep here where we're at, so. I'm seeing some stuff down through there. Probably shad flipping, some gar. But we're just going down through here. We're going exploring. We're playing around today. You know, this, for those of you that tuned in late, I kind of touched on this in the live stream earlier in the broadcast here. But one of the things I'm wanting to do with these live streams as we get on into fall here, there's some places I want to fish that aren't necessarily places that I can guarantee catching fish at. Kind of big fish or bust type places. And as a YouTuber, those places aren't good to go fish because, well, if it's a bust and I don't get content, well, I work for free basically that day. I don't get paid anything. And I like to have the lights on at my house, so I need to get paid when I fish. So I'm going to do some live streams from places coming up this fall that are places where I think we could possibly hit a home run and get some whoppers, but they're places that we may get skunked on. So we're going to try some of that. So we may be seeing some skunked live streams coming up, but one of them live streams at them big fish or bust places, it's going to be a big fish too. It's going to happen for us. Let me scroll on up here. I think I might have missed another one here somewhere. Maybe not. Yeah, apparently it's only Todd's that's buffering. Danimals Creations Adventures. So this is a creek. That's one big creek. Yeah, man. When they flooded all this to make the reservoirs, a lot of our creeks got really big. We're getting back here now in the shallows. It's 4.8 feet now. Scott LeMay, that's kayak 14 feet? Yes. I think it's 13.9 or 13.10, something like that. But this is the Hobie Pro Angler 14. Yeah, we're making our way back here now. You can see we're 4.4 feet. We're going to go back here we're probably going to go back till about 3 feet deep. And then I'm going to tie on another leader here from that one I broke off and retie my other rod, get us some balloons. And we'll start trolling our way out of this creek and just see what happens here. There's bait back here. I've seen some shad flipping and whatnot. But I don't know if there's fish back here. Water temps are consistent, still 73 degree surface temps back here. It's the same thing out on the main channel, so I don't know. I'm seeing shad flipping, but I'm not seeing big schools getting blown up on or anything. I kind of think it's just dead out here today. I don't know, maybe the bat might pick up here as this front gets closer to moving through, but Who knows? We may not have battery, we may not have cell phone signal. We're just making it work today, people. We're going fishing today. All right, we back here now, 3.2 feet of water, so I'm gonna get us spun around here, and let me just make sure I didn't miss any super chats here. I did. Coop City, $5. Thank you, Coop City. He says, coming down in 2 weeks to fish the Tennessee River. It's going to be nice to get my line wet again. Just hope I don't get my lure caught in a mouse's ear. Yeah, stay out of the mouse's ear when you come to Tennessee, Coop City. You ain't gonna like what you catch there. There's Tommy and $5 talking about it too. them old mouse's ears, girls. I'll tell you, they gotta hate me. Sounds like it's raining again in the woods over there, but it may just be water falling out of the branches or something. All right. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's get ourselves some balloons on here, get these sinkers off. And we're gonna try to catch some fish back here. Lord knows we can't do much worse than what we have done thus far. But you know what, even though the fishing's been subpar, it's been nice again just to get out here, hang out with you all, do what I love to do. And you know, it's been a rough couple weeks here, but you can only mope around the house so much, you know. You can moping around the house don't change anything. And so it's gotta keep moving on. Even the world keeps moving even if you don't want it to. So just gotta keep on keeping on, and that's what I'm gonna do. Bear with me here, y'all. I'm retying and we'll get ourselves some balloons on here. All right, there's one. Let me get my camera bag up here and get me another leader. I keep my leaders pre-tied in a little sandwich baggie so that I don't have to retie on the water. It saves me time, but I try not to break off at all. And normally when I'm suspending baits, I don't usually get hung and break off, but we had a little snag come up on us out there in the channel, and well, it happens. We're gonna switch out these baits too when we, yeah, we'll just probably just gonna go skipjack back here in this creek. I don't have any, I only had 2 white bass and we've cut them both, so we'll go skipjack here on these next rods. Get the umbrella out of the way. Get up here in my hatch. Oh, I gotta tie me some more leaders too. I guess the rest of the week here, when I get knocked out of fishing, we'll do some leader tying. All right. Bear with me, y'all. I know it's these live streams. I feel like, you know, to maintain a good live stream, you got to be talking the whole time. You got to be interacting with people. I can't do that when my hands are full here. So we do what we do. We'll get through it. If we lose a few hundred people in the chat box, that'd be all right. We got more. More will show up. People come in and out on these live streams, it seems like. At least my view time suggests that. I don't know how anybody could watch all 3-4 hours of this crap. Okay. Let's cut us another skipjack up now. We improvising today, y'all. I come out here. with the plan of not moving, and I'll be damned if we ain't covered some water. But we're gonna try to do whatever it takes to catch the fish today. All right. Well, heck far. You know what I didn't get, y'all, when I was up there in my camera bag? I didn't get any balloons out. All right. This will be interesting. We'll see how this goes. You know, if I can, I'm wanting to do some more shallow water fishing in some places, especially as we get on into fall and the bait starts moving a little more. If this works out while we're live today, we may be doing some more of this coming up. Yeah, we're gonna put that first balloon about right here, I guess. These balloons, I covered this in a recent video here, y'all. All I do is just do an overhand knot around my line, and then you can slide it up and down as needed, whatever depth you want to set it at. We're gonna put these balloons about 3 foot or so as we troll our way out of here. All right, let me set that there a second. Get my other rod. I know I've been out of the chat box a while now. I'm concerned about it, y'all. I'm worried about it. People are leaving in droves. I just know it. If they're super chats, I'm missing them. I don't like missing anybody's super chats. I can't get to everybody's comments, unfortunately. There's usually too many of them. I think today, with me only doing subscribers, I think that's helped a lot with the comment box. I've been able to stay on top of it a little better, but I know I can't get to everybody. All right. All right, guys, I think we about ready to start fishing again, we say. I know y'all are ready for some fishing, something other than watching me retie and blow up balloons. All right, let me get us spun around here and get us going. I'm gonna set my speed, y'all, about half a mile an hour or so. I'll let out some more line. Get these things behind us here. Let me slow down a little bit. I swear, y'all, we're almost getting ready to get back to the chat box. It's coming. I promise. You watch and see. I'll flip this camera around and the battery will have died, or I'll be buffering, or who knows. We're making it work today. Improvising. Actually, let me do this. There we go. One down, one to go. At least the rain is gone for the minute. We got that going for us at least. All right, y'all, I think we're fishing. Dry my hands off and we're gonna get back to the chat box. What do you think? Have we got anybody left here in the chat box? We still got 589 people. Wow. Let me scroll up here a little ways, make sure I just didn't miss any super chats or anything. Yeah, there's Tom in with another one. We call the live stream video the beauty and struggle. Yeah, you can call this thing a lot of things today. It ain't been fishing, that's for dang sure. It's been awful out here. Dominic Hollis, you ain't missed nothing, buddy. Let me scroll on down here. Ibar says, we ain't leaving until you PB. By gosh, you're gonna be waiting a while. We're just gonna be lucky to catch a fish the rest of the day, I feel like. Yeah, by gosh, we still got a bunch of people in here. Keith Granby says, thanks Justin for the content. Always look for new videos. You're one of the better channels I believe on YouTube. Well, thank you, Keith. Very nice of you. Chris Grez says, enjoy watching the improvising. We all have had those days. Cool to see your thought process out loud. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Epic Catfish says, a lot of times rigging and casting rods or fishing interest type stuff is more interesting to viewers than just interacting. Well, I hope so. Willis Copp says, I think a skunk day matters more to you than to us. We are all just friends who have never met and enjoy hanging out. Well, I appreciate that. That's nice of you. Yeah, I try to be entertaining on here and try to catch some fish. I hate to have a video like this, but just one of them days. Ruger7750 says, the fishing has been fine. The catching, yeah, you're right about that. Hey, there's John Boat Morava, $10. Thank you, buddy. He says, looking great here. Fine, sir. If they can't hang while you're keeping it real, you don't need them anyway. I'd watch someone tie balloons just to hang with you. Well, thanks. I think I butchered your comment, but hey, we're just getting through the day. Uh-oh, Mark Grunnerson has called it, y'all. Mark's called it. He said the green one's getting bit first. Yeah, I got the green one back there on the left. My left. I probably need to let them out a little more, but it'll be fine. I'm gonna slow down a little bit too. We're moving 0.5. I'm gonna slow down just a smidge. Yak Nasty says, you have a favorite Netflix show you watch? Well, right now I've been watching Squid Game. I think I'm on the last episode of it. It's been pretty good, but that's the only thing, it's the only show I'm currently watching right now other than football. It's, you know, football Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's pretty much what I'm watching right now this time of year. Joey says, do you recommend the Catfish Sumo rod? I do. Yeah, I like them. I'm using the Master Series rods, and I've also got the Elite 150s that I use. I've used them before when I went down to Nickajack, and I'm going to be using them when I'm bank fishing coming up here. So I like them. They're good rods. Jackson wants to know what the Squid Game is about. It's about it's kind of like a Korean version of Hunger Games, if you remember that from back in the day. They take all these people who are really far in debt and they make them play games with the lure of money. And the thing about playing these games is if they lose the game, they die. So they start out with 400 and some odd people and they get down to 1 in the end. So it's a pretty good show. It's interesting. It's kind of some you know, some real life stuff there in a sense of, you know, we're all friends, but in survival situation, who will you turn on and how will you do it, and, you know, all that. So kind of some real world backstory to it. Jim knows, says he's from Tazewell and he's loading up his rods right now. I hope you have better luck than I have today, buddy. Been a struggle out here today. Whisker fishing's been doing good, dragging just off the side of the creek channel out there in Middle Tennessee. John Boat Morava says he can't stop watching The Sopranos and fishing videos long enough to see anything else. David Simmons says, I understand the fin clipping, but do you ever use the tail section? I do when I'm short on bait, but I don't do as well with the tails as what I do when I'm got the head or midsections on. We got some thought we might see us a big bass or something come flying up out of the water. James Cardwell in the house. Glad to have you, James. Mike Nichols here. Says he loves to watch me fish. Thank you, buddy. Hooked Up Catfishing says he'd like to see a skipjack video and see what rigs I use. Well, the search box is your friend, buddy. I got videos on here of me skipjack fishing and going over my baits and stuff. Jeff Gerald's here, everybody. You've missed 2 small fish, buddy. 2 small fish in over 3 hours. It's been rough out here today. Rough. Gillerad 2020, you ever use trout for bait? I don't. I would if I had some, but I don't. Uh-oh. Con says I'm buffering. Yeah, we may have some cell phone service issues. Keith said we could film a slasher movie back in here. You probably could. Could probably film some banjo movies back in here. Dave Wolf says, Justin, I'm curious why you use the Mustad Demon hooks instead of the Catfish Sumo hooks. I like the Demon Circle, so I like that style. So I've just stuck with them because, you know, just because I like them. But Catfish Sumo hooks are really good too. I don't know anybody that's complained about them. He's got a new hook coming out and sometime this winter here. I think it's going to be out around Christmas or January, depending on production delays and all that. But it's from what I've seen of it, looks comparable to my Mustad hook. So I may try those out here once we get those in stock. There's Bud Brutus, 1999. Thank you, Bud. He says, Justin, do you and Daniel compete against each other when you're each fishing a different river? No, me and Daniel really don't. We fish together, you know, when I go down there to Chattanooga, and he's come up here a few times, but we're not real competitive against each other than just, you know, some friendly trash talk. There's Callie back, $15. Thank you, Callie. She says, being a bank fisherman, I look forward to new bank fishing videos. Not many YouTube cat fishermen do it. You don't need a boat to catch big cats, and it's nice to see you do it. Well, thank you, Callie. Yeah, once they drop our water levels, I'll be doing a lot more bank fishing, especially now that I've got such a good live stream audience here. It's just until they drop our water, the only places to do off the bank is boat ramps and public parks. And those places, there's good fishing at some of those places, but I don't want to sound like that guy, but I've got a big enough following now where it's going to be hard for me to film at those public places just because, you know, people coming up to me and stuff. And not that that's a bad thing. It's just, you know, it's hard to film in those situations. So I'd like to be able to access some bank spots where I can just fish. And you get out here like this creek channel, for instance. You know, right now, all these trees and stuff, they're overhanging the water. You can't pull up on the bank and be able to cast and whatnot. But here in another month or so, when our water level goes down several feet, well, we'll have several feet of bank access where I can set up anywhere I want, anywhere up and down the river. And so bank fishing's a lot easier in the fall and winter for me. But I do enjoy the bank fishing. It's a lot of fun hearing them clickers go off. Yeah, some people's talking about buffering. We may lose service here, y'all. If we do, if we buffer and we lose service, we're just gonna wrap up the stream. As bad as today has been fishing wise. MCP Gaming Bro, $5, thank you. Says, my wife is watching the live while I use the restroom. Can you let her know today's gonna be a boys' night out, please? Her name is Sierra. Well, Sierra, I'm sorry, I butchered your name, Sierra. Your boy's in the bathroom. So thanks for watching and tuning in, though. I appreciate it. It's boys' night out. Don't be giving him any hard time about it. He needs a night out. I'm seeing you all, but apparently some people's having a hard time seeing me. No buffering. I'm apparently only buffering for some people. Makes me wonder if it's me or if it's them. Either way, we back now. My boy MCP Gaming Pro, he's still in the bathroom. Sierra's watching at home. He's gonna have him a boys' night out, Sierra. I may have been buffering through all that, but you need to understand, he needs him a night out, okay? He's going out with the boys. So that's that. Don't give him a hard time about it. Yeah, I'm gonna lose. I've lost a lot of people. It is me buffering because we've lost over 100 people. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm gonna troll my way up a little ways and we'll see if service comes back in and whatnot and all that. Yeah, we lost over 100 people there while I was buffering. That's all right. I hope we get something this crazy. If we don't get them here in the shallows, I'm gonna be gone before that next round of rain comes through. Keith says I buffered a couple times, but nothing bad. Hey, Holly, yes, I'm still live. I'll be live all damn day if I feel like it. There's another woman that needs to have her mouth put in place, y'all. Where's Eric Romines when you need him? That's his girlfriend right there, y'all. Oh, Holly's CNC Outdoors. Made me drive all the way up there the other day in the pouring rain to pay my tournament entry fee when I could have just PayPal'd it to her. That's how she treats me. But I still recommend you get your skipjack there. We got another problem here too, y'all. I'm down to one battery bar here on my external battery pack. I may still have my phone battery. I don't know where we're at on it. I haven't got the notification on it. Hopefully I've still got a full cell phone battery. Holly says she tied with me Saturday, but at least she didn't quit. Well, Holly, here's the thing. I didn't get skunked Saturday. I just left early because it was pouring down rain, but I didn't get skunked, so technically we didn't tie. Yeah. I can't see the balloons in the camera over my shoulder when I've got it in front of my face. My big head blocks it. But they back there pulling along. I probably need to let them out a little more, but it's as slow as I'm moving, I'm sure it's fine. I painted me some more sinkers here, y'all. Daniel sent me some more sinkers there with the, he finally got the 8 ounces in stock that I like with line inserts there. And so I painted me some red ones, that way we can. I had another comment the other day. I didn't bother responding to him and breaking his heart, but I had a comment in a recent video, guy asking me if the red sinkers would help him catch fish, and I thought, ha ha, I got another one. I toy with these people's minds with these red sinkers. I always put my best cut of bait on the rod with the red sinker, and when I catch a big fish, people think it's because of the red sinker, but really it's just because I had my best piece of bait on there. Joke's on them. Limes Courtney, $4.99. Thank you, Limes Courtney. I appreciate that. Here she is again with another $4.99. Oh, she said this is Sierra. I'm just letting you know anytime he wants a boys' day, he gets a boys' day. Also, will you ever do a meet and greet? Well, Sierra, you know what? You're a good woman. And if he's smart, he's going to marry you, because women like you that's going to let him have a boys' day whenever, you women like that don't come along very often. So he needs to put a ring on your finger. And thank you for them super chats. But as for the meet and greet, I guess I'm open to it. Probably not the best time to do it now during the pandemic, but I'm certainly open to it if people was interested in such a thing. Probably be easier when I go somewhere, like on a trip somewhere, you know, fishing out of town, since I'll be at a hotel or, you know, somewhere while I'm there. Coop City won't know if I ever fish dams. I don't when the water's flowing, just I can't get up there. I can't fight the current in a kayak. Epic Catfish says, catfish can see color. I've never seen it make a difference. Yeah, you know, we had people, back when them demon dragons come on the market, them things are stupid. People would swear up and down they only caught fish because they had a pink or a blue or whatever color demon dragon. And I'm like, did the fish hit the float, or did they hit the piece of cut bait that was dangling behind the float? Oh, they ate the piece of cut bait? Well, they didn't give a crap about what color float you had on it. It's like me saying I caught fish because I'm wearing a white shirt or something. It's stupid. If they ain't eating the float, if they eating the bait, then they're after the bait. So I don't think color makes a bit of difference for them. Coop City says everyone knows colors are for catching fishermen, not fish. That's the truth. I think it's more prevalent, you know, or more important in something that's when you're trying to get a fish to eat whatever it is, like, you know, if you're fishing for crappie or bass or something like that, I think color can make a big difference because you're trying to get them to eat that particular bait. But if you just got a sinker or a float or something a foot or two above your piece of cut bait and you're after catfish, well, heck, I don't want them eating my float or my sinker. I want them eating my cut bait with a hook in it. Oh, Todd says, I missed a super chat from Bud. I hope I didn't. Let me scroll up here. Old Bud Brutus, man, he's hit me up with a lot. Bud shows up to every live stream. You sure? There's MCP Gaming. There's Callie. No, I talked about Bud's. You know what happened, I bet? I might have been buffering while I was addressing Bud Brutus's and Callie's super chats. If I was buffering that during that time, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bud, I'm and Callie, I'm sorry if I buffered. I was definitely buffering there for a little while, so it may have appeared that I missed them, even though I addressed them. Hopefully I'll catch up to them there on the replay. Callie says location is more important than sinker color. That's the truth. And you know what, Callie? When it comes to location, I've been in the wrong one today. Nowhere I have been out here today has been worth a diddly doo-doo poo. We've went from deep to shallow and can't get but 2 small fish. Hard times out here today, folks. Hard times. Hooked up catfishing Says, come on now, you know catfish like fluorescent green demon dragons. That's the secret, man. That's the secret to catching the big ones, them fluorescent green demon dragons. Devin, I'm gonna mispronounce your name, Devin. I ain't even gonna try it. He says, I know your favorite bait is a skipjack head. Have you ever tried using brim heads, or would you just use the whole brim? I use brim heads, yeah, when I use them. I just don't do particularly good on brim as I do some other baits, but I will use the heads, yeah. Whatever bait I'm using, if it's a fish, I like the head pieces. Tim Evans says, love your show, man. What do you think about them dogs? Man, Georgia's got a dang good team this year. I think Georgia's probably going to be the only team that can give Alabama any chance at all, or any competition at all. I think we had a little dink tap in our balloon back there. Something was messing with it a little bit. Probably a little, oh. Get it, fish. Yeah, just a dink or channel cat or something back there. I think that green one, I think the green one is the headpiece. We got a skipjack head in the midsection right now that's back there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he hooks up. He ain't acting like a very big one. Epic Catfish. Justin, were you marking big fish belly to the bottom when you were out deep? Just wondering. They were just off the bottom out there. Yeah, they were just off the bottom, which, you know, I would have thought had been able to entice them into eating out there with where they were positioned, but may not have been cats. May have been something else. We'll see you later, JR. Thanks for stopping by today. Todd says my balloon's swimming. You playing games with me, Todd. It ain't swimming. It's swimming behind me as I pull it along. Todd playing games with my emotions. Terry Stratton says, Justin, you watched them cats upset the Gators. I didn't watch it, but I was surprised and happy to see the score. Florida's one of them teams I just cannot. Florida and Alabama, man, I hate them. I hate everything about them. Cannot pull for Alabama or Florida, no matter who they're playing against. And when they play each other, there's no winner. Yeah, Eric Romines is defending Tennessee's honor there, talking about Mizzou. Todd says he swears I was getting hit back there. It may have been just an old channel cat or something. We're getting out here now, a little bit deeper water. Probably need to lower my baits down a little bit further in the water column. That green one is getting hit back there. Something's messing with it, but it's just a small fish. I like pulling balloons, y'all. When a fish hits, a good fish anyway, not that we're getting back there, but it's a lot of fun. The kayak gets spun around, going all cattywampus, and it's a hard fight, and they come up, some of them thrashing around there on the surface and stuff. It's a lot of fun. But they got to be in the shallows for this to be effective. And you know, I just have so much more confidence and so much more success fishing deep. And fishing deep's a year-round thing too. I mean, it's not any specific time frame or season. Fishing deep, there's always fish deep. There isn't always fish shallow, but there's always fish deep. He's just back there chewing that thing up. I wish he'd just accidentally get the hook, even if it's a channel cat. Just accidentally get the dang hook. You know, it's been a rough day of fishing when I'd be happy to see a channel cat. Yeah, he's swimming up there, just nipping at it from time to time. Let me see if I can hold this up here where y'all can at least, maybe if I sit like this, we can see the balloons back there. That might be better. Now you all can watch the balloons. Let me scroll up. Well, I missed some comments in. Sandra said her brother's memorial is Friday, and I'm fishing by myself all day Saturday for channel cats with chicken skin. Well, Sandra, again, I'm sorry about your brother, and I hope you have a good day out there fishing. I hope you catch a bunch, and hope it helps take your mind off things for a little while. Epic Catfish says, Sunday we marked huge fish that mimic boulders on a flat bottom near and just in the main channel. They were blues for sure, and we see them like that when they're active. I'll tell you, man, the fish out here today, it's been tough. I mean, to mark as many fish as we did and hit the places that we did and not be able to get but 2 small blues. I mean, if nothing else, we should have been getting the dinks, you know. It's tough. And they're clearly not here in the shallows either, at least not so far. Who was this? This was Johnny Catfish says, hearing they have moved up some, not deep or shallow. Yeah, possibly. You know, yesterday morning, I was catching them 24, 25 feet deep. That video will come out Thursday. You'll see that video Thursday. So, yeah, that's a little bit shallower than what I've been getting. Probably should have went back to that spot today, since I was clearly catching some fish there yesterday. My dumb ass comes out here and goes to a different spot. Up. We had a little, yeah, I guess it might help if I engage my reel right there. Yeah, and got hit. Uh-oh, green one over there is getting hit now too. That one's wanting to swim with it a little bit. Still just small fish though, tapping. It's one of the downfalls of fishing shallows. You do get a lot of dinks, turtles, gar, stuff like that, chewing up your baits. Let me see if I can turn back around here and get them in frame. Hooks and Hammocks says, it's a wonder you can catch anything at all with an Old Town life vest and a Hobie kayak. Yeah, I know, right? There's some marketing mismatches here on my body. I need to find me one of these life jacket companies to pay me to wear theirs. James Cardwell says, the best bank or boat fishing bait is what is naturally in your water column for bait fish. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's why skipjack and shad and baits like that and white bass are so good out here, because they're prominent pretty much wherever you go on the Tennessee River. We got a lot of them. Got that green balloon back there getting messed with some more. They just coming up and nipping at that thing. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Boy, 4 hours live out here today and 2 small fish. That's tough. That is tough, y'all. I'm embarrassed. I'm truly embarrassed about this. I appreciate you hanging out with me today, though. It beats sitting at the house anyway, even if we did get a little wet from the rain. Right now, it seems to have cleared off a little bit. I need the upstate angler there do another radar check for me, see what's going on. Moonshine Design says, do you have any USB ports on your battery box? I do. Yeah, I got a 12 volt and some USB ports there so I can charge stuff. There's Callie, K&K Fishing Adventures, back $25. Thank you, Callie. Says, my channel cat spot is a hot and cold spot. Lots of structure, creek mouth into the main channel, and plenty of bait fish on a bend. Some days I can't keep a line in the water. Some days I don't get a single bite. Well, thank you, Callie. I appreciate that super chat. I feel like today's one of them days I can't get a bite. I can relate to that today. We'll pull that green balloon in here in a little while, and it'll just be that skipjack head will just be a gill plate that's left where they've been down there just chewing on that thing. I don't really know what more else I can do here though, y'all. We're kind of at a point to where I fished deep. I went deeper. We're up in the shallows now. It's just kind of, I'm gonna chalk it up to a bad day. Lousy weather. Maybe this evening here as this front comes through, gets a little closer, the bite will probably turn on. But it just ain't been happening thus far this morning. Mark Luke says, do you have a row if your battery dies? I got a paddle, if that's what you mean, yeah. I got a paddle in my front hatch up there. Upstate Angler says, Justin, be gone by 1, you're gonna get soaked. Well, hell, it's 12:20 now, Upstate Angler. I got a 20-25 minute haul back to the car. Jeff Gerald's got to run. Thank you for stopping by today, Jeff. Whisker Fishing says 30-foot water on inside bend. It's been magic lately. Okay. I may try that out in the next few days if the rain will let me get out. David Street says, my daughter loves your videos. She won her first station tournament with a 4-pound channel cat at 7 years old. She always says, is this as big as that kayak fisherman? Well, that's awesome, man. I'm happy she caught that big fish. That's a 4-pound channel is a nice fish, especially at 7 years old. Congratulations to her. Thor Cox says, do you have a suggestion for a budget-friendly kayak? Any good quality kayak that's used will be better than a lousy quality kayak that's new. So I'd hit up your Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. That'll be your best chance there. Yeah, we still moving along here, folks. We just ain't got nothing happening here in this creek. I'm pulling baits right now at 0.4. I've seen, you know, just occasional shad flipping right up there with some more. But ain't nothing getting blown up back here. I ain't seen no skipjack. I ain't seen no white bass. Nothing like that. Last night I went out on Loudon there in the evening right before dark and caught a few catfish and got me these white bass here that I'm using today. I took my bait rod with me and they were busting right up on the shoreline. I was fishing the main channel where a point comes out and there was a creek that went up in there and there was bass and white bass busting. I caught largemouth, smallmouth, and white bass on that spoon right there before dark, and I ain't seen nothing like that out here this morning. Just shad flipping, doing their normal behaviors. Let me scroll on down here. I've missed some comments while I've been rambling on. We got more More action here on that green balloon. They just keep chewing that bait up. It's like watching your bobber go under, but the fish is too small to pull the bobber under. They ain't gonna be nothing. Well, he's back there messing with it. Well, I guess I need to engage that reel too. You believe that? I didn't have that dang reel engaged either. I'm a dummy. That shows you how small that fish is. I didn't have my reel engaged, and he still couldn't take off with any line. I mean, that's a small fish. Jeremiah Ellison. This is the first time catching you live, Justin. Hook a big one. Jeremiah, I'm sorry, it's been a lousy day for you to watch me live. I've gotten a few big fish on previous live streams, but today ain't one of them days. There's Larry in the house. What's going on, Larry? Todd says, I got an update from upstate. I've probably missed it. I missed some comments while I was looking back there at the balloons. Hooks and Hammocks says, where is Becca? Not quite the same without. I don't know where Becca's at today. She may have something going on today. I tried to watch her live stream the other night and I missed it. So she had a tournament going on there on her thing. Ruger7750 said he was a die-hard cricket fisherman for brim, and I converted him to the gulp minnows. He's been catching the far out of them. That's awesome, man. I like me some. Tomorrow's video, my regular video, is going to be me using the gulp ultralight. I caught a bunch of fish. Caught a variety. I love it. Epic Catfish is out of here. He's got to go to work. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, Todd says he said 2, not 1. I bet that's when the rain's moving in. I don't know if I'll still have cell phone battery at 2 anyway. Luke Lombardi says, it's honestly great to see a regular day of fishing on YouTube. Watching edits with big fish after big fish set some unrealistic expectations. I agree with that. I think YouTube is kind of a highlight reel, you know, so I think it does kind of discourage people from fishing because they go out after watching YouTube videos and think that it's just like that all the time, and in reality it's not. You know, there's a lot of days like today throughout the year, but at the same time too, I get a lot of complaints about my live streams from regular viewers that say they hate them, that this is boring, they don't like this kind of thing, they like my regular videos. So there's an audience for each style. You know, everybody's got their own preferences, but you know, right now, had that white balloon getting hit. You know, video purposes for me right now, again, I'm full-time on this YouTube now. This pays the bills. And so we're into fall and winter for fishing videos typically it's not as good. You don't get the views like you do in the spring and summer. So if I can come on these live streams and make more money than I do in my regular videos, and it's a lot less work for me because when we end this live stream today, I'm done for the day. I don't have to go home and edit a video and get a thumbnail and a stupid title and all that. If it's more money and less work, then, you know, heck, I want to go live more during the fall and winter. And then once we get on into spring and summer and views go up and regular videos have a better chance of performing and getting views, well, then I'll put out more regular content. So. Yeah, Upstate Angler says 2 p.m., not 1. Okay. Scroll on down here. Tommy Bell says, your unique fish catch tomorrow, is it a crawfish? No, it's not. It's a regular species of fish. It's just not one I catch a lot of around here. Trophy Seeker Outdoors says, I can fish 12 hours just to get a production video of 5 or 6 fish. It's not as easy as they look when we edit them into a 20-minute video. That's the truth. You know, that's the thing is if I put out a video that's 30 minutes long, it looks like I'm catching fish just one after another after another. And some days it is like that. But a lot of days, if I'm on the water 5-6 hours and I condense that video down to 20 or 30 minutes, there was a lot of downtime throughout the day, you know, where you just have dead time when you're not catching fish. And we've had a lot of that out here today. We're about to get out of this creek though. You know I don't have a lot of confidence in the shallows anyway, and we ain't getting bit back here. Do I have any votes for getting out of here? Maybe go back upriver? I launched in, the spot I was initially on this morning was a hole downstream from where I launched at, and I launched in the back of a creek. And I'm tempted to go on up there where I launched at and spot lock in that creek mouth. It'll take a run to get up there, you know, 15, 20 minutes probably, to get back upriver. It would put me closer as this rain moves in here. It's 12:30 now, looks like. And so I'd be closer to the car if the rain hits. Yeah, I got people down here saying move on. David Carter says try 25 to 30 feet. I would be shallower up there. I'd be in that range. Let's get out of here. Let's do it. Let's make a run back upriver. We gave this creek here the college try, and it just ain't working out. We've covered, I mean, you can see back here maybe. We've covered a pretty good distance here in this creek, and we've just been getting dink taps. We'll pull this balloon up, and this skipjack will probably just be tore up here from whatever turtle or channel cat or whatever it was. Yeah, you can see, look at this, y'all. Look what they done to that bait. Whatever's just been down there chewing and nipping. That's a small fish. So he can have it. If he wants to swim up here and get it, he can have the rest of that bait. Yeah, we'll go back up here where I launched at. Can't do any worse. We'll be closer to the car when the rain hits. I may not even, well, who knows if my cell phone battery will even last that long anyway. I'm pulling in something with, I got me some weeds. Look here, these weeds, this has been the biggest thing I've caught all day. That's bigger than any fish I've got. That bait there ain't too bad a condition. We're still gonna change it out. Yeah. All right. All right, we on the road again, as Willie Nelson says. Here we go. Onward. Onward and outward. We can't do any worse at the next places we done here. I got 500 more holes that we can't catch fish at. So, here we go. Oh, I missed the super chat here. Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss any more. I hate missing super chats. Where'd it go? There it is. Uncle Craig, $5. Thank you, Uncle Craig. He says, been here since 8:30. Like to see you catch a bunch, but just like to watch and listen to your commentary. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you like the commentary because we ain't caught a bunch today, that's for dang sure. It's been a tough, tough day. It's been a rough one. And I don't know if it's just me. I don't think it's my bait because my bait's good. I'll blame the weather, I guess. I got to blame something. Can't blame myself and lack of fishing ability. That wouldn't be right, would it? James Andrews says, understand the need for extra caster in the slow fall and winter. Just don't move away from live in the lively season. I won't. I mean, if you know, if the views are there, I'll do the live streams in the spring and summer too. I would like to. I'm going to cut back here in my video production anyway here in the fall and winter just because of the weather. You know, the weather sucks and it's you know, when it gets cold here in January, February, I don't like the cold. So I won't be fishing as much. So I won't be putting out 5 videos a week during those months. But once we get on into spring again, about mid-March, when the views start to pick up, I'll be cranking out 5 videos a week from spring, from the 1st of spring when it starts getting warm through Labor Day. That's kind of prime season for fishing videos. And so I want to be cranking out as much content as I can during that time. Kind of treat this like a seasonal job, really. You know, make as much money as you can during peak season for YouTube views and then slack off the rest of the year. It's more fun for me, really, to come on here and do these live streams. Not just from a profitability standpoint, but it's kind of more fun too because, you know, the regularly edited videos, I'll spend a lot of time behind the computer, and these live streams, I got to watch my mouth, but I ain't got to edit nothing. So I ain't got to come up with no stupid thumbnail or title or nothing like that. Hey, here's Gordon Douglas back with $2. Thank you, Gordon. He says, is this thing working? Well, your comment box is working, your super chat's working, but the fish ain't working for me today. Clayton the Fishing Net says, I feel like you might get more views during the winter because everyone will be stuck at home. I wish it was the case, but it's just not like that. YouTube don't push fishing videos during the winter because they push content that people are searching for. And there's just not as many casual fishermen out there searching for fishing related content during the winter months. So videos don't typically perform well. There's always the exceptions to the rule. The one video well, I'll take that back. I've had 2 videos that have done really well for me. I had one with over 1 million views and one with, I think it's 600 and some odd thousand views. Both of them came in the fall and winter. My 1 million view video, I think, was posted in November, and the other one was in like February or something. So it can happen. You can have a video go viral anytime, but on average, your average video views really decline after about Labor Day. So I just want to do the fishing that I want to do and have fun and get paid for it. And YouTube, you kind of got to play the YouTube game, do the stupid thumbnails and titles and challenges and all that garbage to get views. I don't want to do any of that. I want to do the fishing I want to do, you know. Well, looky here, y'all. Shippo to Wolf, $5. Thank you for that. Says, hello from Jerusalem, Israel. Glad to see you back out on the water. I think you're the farthest person away today, at least that I've seen in the chat box anyway. You on the other side of the world. Thanks for tuning in. What time is it in Jerusalem right now? I'd be curious to know what time zone you're in. That's awesome, man. I missed a bunch of comments while I was rambling on. G Parks is down there in Dallas, waiting for a car auction to start. You in Dallas, Texas, or Dallas, Georgia? I worked down there in Dallas, Georgia a few years ago. Shippo to Wolf says it's 7:37 p.m. over there. So y'all are 7 hours ahead of us. It's nighttime over there. There's Gordon Douglas back with $5. Thank you, Gordon. He says, food for thought, at your current subscriber numbers, if you offered a membership of $1 a month for one fishing tip a month, you would net $59.5. Yeah, that's a great thought, Gordon. And I've thought about that. It's like I got 122,000 subscribers. If I could get $1 a month out of each of them, I'd be rich. Problem is, it just don't work that way. I've got 122,000 subscribers, but only about 8 to 10,000 of them watch regularly. Most of those people, they hit the subscribe button and they never watch again. My views on my channel, it's about 70 to 75% non-subscribers of where my views come from. So while it's good in theory, It just wouldn't work out like that. I wish it would though. Again, if I could get $1 out of everybody, I'm a rich man. Hooks and hammocks, $5. He said, just hit 1,000 last week, Wishless Lake. Well, congratulations, man. That's awesome. That's the biggest milestone on YouTube, and you've hit it, so congratulations. People make a big deal out of subscriber numbers, you know, and it's the only number that matters on subscribers for YouTube purposes is 1,000, because that gets you monetized. So everything else is it's just a penis measuring contest. And you do at 100,000, you know, they send you a plaque, which is nice. It's a nice plaque, and I think at 1 million, I'll probably never get there, but you get another, I think a gold plaque or something at that. But yeah, congratulations, man. That's a big accomplishment. I'm happy for you. Yeah, there's Joseph says, make a fishing only fans. I got some people that would probably pay to see my feed. I know they like them. Sandra said she'd be zombie food. Yeah, I probably would be too. If a zombie apocalypse ever hits, I'll be one of the first people dead. Joseph's in Dallas too. I gotta tell you, I got a lot of Texas people down here watching. I'm happy for y'all to have the Cowboys fans though. Y'all got a good team this year. Fun to watch too. Sometimes they sub teams like, you know, the Patriots and whatnot, and I respect the heck out of Tom Brady. But them Patriots teams, when they were really good, except for the Randy Moss years, they were so boring to watch. They were just hard to watch. Tom Brady's a lot more fun to watch now that he's in Tampa and he's got some weapons. But Dallas is a fun team to watch this year. That's about all I'm watching on TV right now is football and sports shows talking about football. It's just a great time of the year. And NFL is such good programming to watch. You know, college football, and I love my Vols, but it's hard to watch Tennessee. It's just, even like Saturday when we play Missouri, put up 60 points, it just ain't fun to watch them. I do it out of obligation, but NFL's a much better game to watch. Even the Thursday night game, I watched Cincinnati and Jacksonville. And I watched that game. I kind of like Joe Burrow. I think he's a good quarterback to watch. I wasn't a fan of him when he was at LSU, but I like him now that he's in the NFL. But I had picked that game for my Survivor League. I took Cincinnati. And so it was on TV. I watched it. And even two terrible teams, you know. And Cincinnati is better this year. They're not where they need to be, but you know, two overall bad teams. Heck of a game to watch. Entertaining, you know. But college football, nothing but penalties. Nobody can move the ball. You get Alabama playing basically anybody else other than Georgia in the SEC. It's a blowout, and it's just NFL every game. I mean, hell, the Jets beating the Titans this weekend. Who would have thought that? You know, anybody can beat anybody on any given day in the NFL. So it's a great sport to watch. I love it. Upstate Angler says he can't stand sports other than fishing. Well, at least you picked the best sport to watch. Bumblebee Junction in the house, everybody. What's going on, man? He says college football makes it easy to remember that last year those kids were playing high school football. That's the truth. William Apple says, make the run. Yeah, we making it, man. We got a long ways to go. This is over here was that bluff wall we was fishing there earlier. And I want you to look at this. All them fish that we marked down there, we still marking some. I'm done with them fish though. Hell with them. They didn't want to bite. We're going to go on up here. We're going to go on upriver and hit this creek mouth that I started in. It's way up on here on this other side of this island up here. Hopefully we maintain cell phone service the whole way and battery life, hopefully. I'm still showing 1 bar here on my external battery pack, and I'm hoping I still got a full phone battery. I hope the phone battery hasn't run down. Cody Yak Fishing, $5. Thank you, Cody. He says, I'm at 16 subs. Be good to have more, but I make videos for my kids to watch since I work on the road. Well, Cody Yak Fishing, thank you for that. Y'all in the chat box right now, go check out Cody Yak Fishing. Give him some subscribers over there. He's at 16. Maybe we can get him to 20 or 25 at least. Hell, we got 432 people watching. Juan McGill's in the house. Just got in time to catch a live. Well, you ain't missed nothing today, Juan. We've been live for a few hours, but fishing subpar. I've got 2 small blue cats so far. It's been a tough day of fishing out here. Carl Wild's on the road too. Be safe out there driving, Carl. Bradley Kaplinger says, boy, if my West Virginia Mountaineers would play your Tennessee Vols, we might have a good game to watch. Seems like they both beat themselves. I tell you, man, it's hard being a Tennessee fan. It's been hard for the last 20 years. K&K Callie, she says, being a Vikings fan, I'm used to surprising wins and disappointing losses. I really thought y'all had a chance against Cleveland, Callie. I thought you did. I'm not as high. Cleveland's a better team this year. Their defense is good. I'm not sold on their offense. And I really thought that y'all would have a chance of beating them there. Old Kirk Cousins. That's the smartest, financially smart quarterback there ever was. How he's gotten so much money for what he's done is mind-boggling. Uh-oh, Todd's had a message deleted there. Todd better get his act together. Uh-oh, Jeremiah's in the house, Ole Miss fan. Yeah, Ole Miss. I'll keep my comments to myself about old Lane Kiffin. I like Lane. I don't like how he done us. Be like dating a hot girl that cheats on you. You can like her, but she still cheated on you. So that's how we feel about Lane Kiffin. Bucky City Pyro, $5. Thank you, Bucky City. He says, I love my job, but I love fishing more. When you catch that big one, I'm leaving and going fishing. Pays to be the boss of your own company. Well, thank you for the super chat there. Todd's got some confusion going on there in the chat box. I've missed a lot of chats here today. I'm surprised we still got 421 people watching me literally just motor my way upriver here. What a world we live in. We going 5 hours here into the live stream, 2 small fish, can't catch diddly poo, and now I got 422 people watching me make a run upriver here. What a wonderful world. Well, we got some people subbing to Cody Yak Fishing there. That's awesome. It's frustrating though, y'all. I'm telling you, yesterday I did 2 trips. I did a morning session and an afternoon session. So I'm trying to get back on schedule here with the videos, and I knew rain was going to be a problem the rest of the week. And so morning session and afternoon session yesterday, and caught fish, 2 different bodies of water, different depths, and come out here today and just struggles. So it is what it is. We're making the most of it. We're going to try to get another one up here. Here's Glenn Cunningham, $10. Thank you, Glenn. He said, just joined. Sorry about losing your buddy. Well, thank you, Glenn. I appreciate that. It's been a tough couple weeks, but we're getting life back on track here. Going to have to, whether I want to or not. So, Dave Omer here says, lunch is almost over. Catch something. Heck, Dave, I may not even be where I'm going by the time your lunch break's done. David Chappell says, making a run to another spot of the house. We're going to another spot up here. I'm going to go set up here for a little while in the creek mouth that I launched in. Juan Miguel says, shout out from Wilkesboro, North Carolina. My kids love kayak catfish. Well, hey, that's awesome, man. Thank you for watching over there in Wilkesboro. Big River Catfishing Fun says he's here to the end. You may outlast me. I ain't gonna spend too much time up here at this creek mouth. If I ain't getting bit, I'm gonna be out of here before the rain comes in. Upstate Angler, he's here. He's watching the radar for me. He says I need to be out of here by 2. So I'm going to make sure I'm out of here before the heavy rain moves in. Justin Statham says, when you going to do a nighttime striper fishing trip using goldfish? I felt so bad about that, man. So that guy, Bobby, who kept commenting about the nighttime striper fishing, he wasn't a troll. He sent me an email afterwards, and I felt so bad about it. I thought I was really getting trolled. Somebody just trying to see how many times I'd answer the same question. I felt real bad. I apologized to him. I felt bad about it. Francis Nelson says, the Tampa Bay Patriots game Sunday night was a really good game. I totally agree, man. I was glued to the TV till the end. I really wanted Tom to win. I thought they'd put up some points against New England. I didn't think New England would be able to move the ball, and it was the exact opposite. Mac Jones was driving up and down the field, and Brady just couldn't. But they won in the end, though. But heck of a game, man. Heck of a game. I'd be curious to know the rating on that game. I'll bet you the Sunday night game with the Patriots and against Tom Brady would probably be higher rating than any game during the World Series this year for sure. Looney Jones says, I'm surprised how fast you're moving. No idea you could get up on plane. I'm actually, it looks like I'm going faster than I am. I'm going against the current, so right now I'm 3.8 miles an hour. We got Cody up to 27 subscribers, it looks like. That's awesome. Brian Webb just got him a new motor on his bass boat there. He can fly now. Robbie Gilliam, he still has the picture I sent him. That's cool. I'd sent him an autographed picture way back in the day. That was early on in my channel, I think. I think that was a year or 2 ago. Keith Granby says, it's your content and your character. You make it entertaining even on a slow day of fishing. Well, I appreciate that, but I'd like for it to not be such a slow day of fishing. There's another roll tide. Heck with that. Upstate Angler says, solid green from Caryville to Chattanooga. Be gone by 2 for sure. Yeah, I don't want to be out here in the soaking rain for no better than the fishing's been. Here's Callie back with another $5. Says, Cody Yak Fishing is up 10 subscribers already. You boost my subs every time. You're a good guy to know in the YouTube world. Well, thank you, Callie. Y'all, if you haven't, Callie's a regular viewer of mine, but check out K&K Fishing Adventures too. That's another channel you need to subscribe to because Callie puts out the content. And you know, it's different than what you see from me because she's up there in North Dakota. They've had that horrible drought going on. And so it's, you know, it's a different kind of content, and it's good to see some different styles of fishing, you know. So definitely go help her out and subscribe to her channel and give her a boost. Oh, Sandra Hillary wants me to sing something. Sandra ain't never heard me sing or she wouldn't be asking me to sing. Justin Statham says, if Tonio Brown could catch, man, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, man? It was in his hands. And that ain't like him. He's normally, he must have been thinking about one of them women he beats or something because he's normally solid. Chad W. says, I'm going to trip over some bass boaters with that wake. David Chappell said $5 there. He says, this is for the flatty you're going to catch at the creek mouth. I hope you're right, David. I hope you're right. I hope we catch something up here. I'd settle for a channel cat up here. We're making progress. It's up here. If you can see that dock up there, we're going to set up right out in front of the channel there, right in front of it. We're getting close. It takes a while, you know, when you're in a kayak. When you're in a kayak, you can't go but so fast, you know, so your range is kind of limited. And in some sense, that's not necessarily bad because it kind of makes you be more thorough. You got to fish where you are. You can't pick the 20 best holes on a river and launch and, you know, drive 50, 60 miles an hour between them. So kind of makes you be more thorough. But days like today where, you know, I've been out here on this stretch of the river and struggled. If I was in a boat, I could crank up and make a long run, you know. But it is what it is. We're making it work. We got, let me just make sure I didn't miss another one here. We got more super chats coming in. We got Tom in with $5. He says, I'm already following K&K. Thanks, Callie. Well, that's awesome, Tom. I appreciate you super chatting me, and I appreciate you following Callie. Here's Paul Ledford, $19.99. Thank you, Paul. That's a big donation. Thank you. He says, so sorry for your loss of Roscoe. Was worried you was done with YouTube or something had happened to you on the water. So happy you're back and catching some fish again. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I appreciate your concern about me and your condolences there for Roscoe. It's been a tough couple of weeks, but you know, we're gonna get through it. That's just what you got to do. You know, there ain't nothing easy about it. It's just you got to keep putting one foot in front of the other and keep moving. You know, it's just death is a part of life, unfortunately. And dogs just don't live long enough. Dogs are better than any people. But we had a good run together, him and I, with 9.5 years. He would have been, got him there, somebody left him for dead in my driveway. It was January 31st. And the vet, when we took him to the vet, they thought he was about 3 months old. So we figured he was born somewhere around November-ish. So he would have been 10 in November. But that cancer, it was rough. And you know, he had that, it was a very aggressive cancer, histiocytic sarcoma. And me being, you know, an aggressive person, I want to get him into the oncologist. Let's start chemo. Let's get on top of this. Let's go, 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 go. And in hindsight, seeing how ineffective the chemo was and how the chemo really hurt his quality of life. In hindsight, I wish I hadn't done that. You know, I wish we had just let him be and enjoyed the time he had and not put him through it. But hindsight's always 20/20. You always got guilt and things like that. But you know, it is what it is. We gave him the best life that he could have while he was alive and healthy, and you know, better life than he would have had we not found him wrapped in a blanket and left for dead in my driveway back so many years ago. So. There's Dominic Hollis, $10. Thank you, Dominic. He says, Justin, can you give my buddy Lloyd, aka Kentucky Catfish Hunter, a shout out? He's a really good guy. Well, Lloyd, thank you for watching the videos. Kentucky Catfish Hunter, y'all check him out. Thank you so much. There's your shout out, buddy. I hope you're catching more fish up there in Kentucky than I am out here today, Lloyd, because I've stunk it up out here today. Bumblebee Junction says, I'd settle for a channel catfish. What the hell? I know, man. That's where we're at with this fishing trip today, that I would settle for a dang channel cat to get a bite. But we just having a hard time. This has been a lousy day. And you know, it'd be one thing if I wasn't catching fish, wasn't marking fish. Well, we marked some fish. And the two fish I caught was down there where we was marking some, so they're there. But they ain't eating. They ain't eating what I'm offering anyway. Maybe a live bait would have helped today. Maybe. Never know. Chad McCollum said the Vols have been tough since Peyton Manning. Boy, that's the truth. We ain't been good since the late 90s. Ted says, hell, catch some bait would be good with me. Well, here's something for you. I got 398 people watching right now. My audience is dropping like a rock on this run I'm making. But for those of you that are sticking it out here as I move, would you be interested if I went live doing some ultralight fishing? I'm out there with the Gulp minnows and stuff. Would anybody have any interest in watching that? I thought I could maybe put the phone on my chest and kind of angle it out further where I could maybe see the comments while I'm casting possibly. I'd be interested in trying it. There'd probably be a lot of, I'd have to watch my language because I break off a lot when I'm ultralight fishing. So there'd be a lot of getting snagged and breaking off and retying, and I can edit my cuss words out in regular videos, but live streams, there ain't no do-overs when you live. I'm getting a lot of yeses, so you all are my live stream audience. You all will be the ones watching, so we'll try it out sometime. We may try it out next week, maybe. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to fish anymore this week, period. I've got some videos. I got 3 videos that'll come out the rest of the week. But this rain's probably gonna knock me out of fishing anymore the rest of this week to film any more videos. But next week the weather's looking good. So we might could do some more live streams and some more regular videos next week, and we may try an ultralight since I got some interest in it here. Be worth trying to see how it goes. Bumblebee said he'd swim down here to Watts Bar to keep me from talking about channel cats again. There's Donald Hoover, $4.99. Thank you, Donald. He says moon pie money. I got a moon pie here in the hatch of my kayak, Donald. I'm gonna enjoy that on the way home. We almost back to fishing, y'all. We're up to 408 people. I lost a chunk of my audience here on the move. It's taking about 20 minutes or so to get up here. But right here is this creek, y'all. This is where I've launched at. And you can see where I've caught big fish here in the past. I've marked that right here where that creek comes off into the channel. Those X's are where I've caught some big fish. There's something down there. We're gonna just cozy on up here to it and spot lock. And we're gonna fish just a few minutes here until I gotta be out of here before this rain comes in. Upstate Angler, he's helping me out in the live stream today and watching the radar for me. We got some heavy rain supposed to be moving in this afternoon, and I'm going to try to be out here before it hits. But I'm just moving over here. We're going to get on top of one of these X's here in front of this creek, and we'll just drop some baits down and see what happens. I'm probably just going to drop 2 lines down because my other's got them balloons on. I'm not going to take the time to retie here for no longer than I've got left to fish. But we'll drop a head and a midsection down, see what happens. I'm just working myself over here to them marks. If I catch a big fish somewhere, I always put a GPS mark on my graph. It's just that way the next time you fish a particular spot, you know exactly where you were at and you can get yourself positioned appropriately. I mean, if a big fish was there one time, it wasn't an accident, you know. It's that way you can get yourself positioned appropriately again there next time. We'll swing out a little bit and then we're going to hit that spot lock. All right, there we spot locked again. Let me just see here. Boy, we got some super chats coming in. Mike Hansen, $4.99 says, glad you're back and okay. You can't beat yourself up. You made choices out of love for your pup, and that's the right choice. Hang in there. Well, thank you, Mike. I really appreciate you saying that. I appreciate the donation there, too. Tom N says, more moon pie money, $5. Thank you, Tom. Yak Nasty, $5. It'd make my day if you drop an F-bomb while you were snagged. I may make your day, buddy. I may make your day at some point. It's gonna happen on a live stream at some point in time. I hope it don't, but it's just, if y'all knew how much I cussed in real life, you wouldn't like me as much. I think it's part of just working in the ER as long as I did. You know, everybody in every ER I've ever worked in, everybody just cusses like a sailor. You know, I think it's just part of the stress of the job, you know, part of the culture. So unfortunately, that kind of language don't always carry on to YouTube channels. A lot of people don't want to hear that, even though they may say that kind of stuff in their own life. They don't want to hear somebody else say it on a YouTube video. So It's understandable. I try to be mindful of it, but sometimes things slip, and when you live, again, ain't no do-overs when you live. Well, let's cut us another bait up here. We might as well freshen our bait up. We're going to do one head and one midsection. We're going 2 rods. I am glad to know today that my microphone issues is resolved. I think this microphone, it kind of messed things up last time for us there, but now that I've got the settings dialed in on it, I think it's going to be a big help to the channel and these live streams going forward. And I'm hoping my video quality has been a little better today too. I got that new iPhone that come out, the 13 Pro. It's got better battery life and a little better camera than I had the iPhone 10 before. So it's a little better quality than that, and I'm hoping that's going to improve our live stream shows. I've also got a light I can use that I can rig up here to my mount too. That way if we get in some low light conditions, maybe if I'm fishing in early mornings or evening hours, I can get good picture quality in those low light conditions. All right, y'all, we're dropping these baits down. We're gonna give it a few minutes here. Upstate Angler says I need to be off the water by 2 to miss this heavy rain. And so we'll see what happens here. We can't do any worse here than we've done anywhere else. Like I said, I got a million more spots just as bad as what we've fished so far today. Real world fishing here, ain't that right, folks? Hard to believe though, I got 420 people watching this crap. We've had 400 or 500 people all morning long. Been at this for 5 hours or so now. Tim Hull in the house, $5. He says, glad you're back to enjoying fishing again. Can tell it in your voice. Love it, brother. Well, thank you, Tim. It's been, today's been a pretty good day. It's been, the first video I did, which aired yesterday, was pretty tough. It's just awkward. Been awkward talking to a camera and stuff. But, and the video that you'll see tomorrow coming out, the ultralight video, it was another kind of, just different. But I'm getting back in the swing of things. So I'm getting there. Doing better out here on video than what I do at home. I missed another. Oh, here's Callie back with another $5. She said it went from 277 subs to 292 in the last 10 minutes. That's awesome. Thanks for the support, Justin. You have the best subscribers on YouTube. Well, that's awesome, Callie. I'm glad some of them went over there and subscribed to you. I hope some more will do it. And thank you for the donation. Callie there with K&K Fishing Adventures, big supporter of my channel. She has donated a lot of money to me, and I want her to do well on YouTube. I want to help her out. So I appreciate you going and subscribing. David Simmons says, at least you aren't paddling. Can you imagine how long that would take? I don't have to imagine, because I used to paddle. I paddled, gosh, how many years? I had my native kayak for 6 years before I got my Hobie. And so I paddled everywhere during that time. And I never saw the advantage to pedal kayak until my buddy got one. And I remember one time we were fishing somewhere, and there was a wind. We had the current coming downstream, and the wind was blowing downstream, and it wasn't bad, but it was enough that if I stopped paddling, I was going backwards. And I'm just paddling along, giving it everything I got, and I glance over, my buddy's in his Hobie, and he's pedaling on his phone, just looking at his phone, just nonchalantly, and I'm over here just, huffing, and I'm like, I gotta get me one of them Hobies. That's when I went to the pedal kayak. And I realized then, once I got one, I realized, wow, it's a big advantage on how much distance you can cover and all that when you pedaling versus paddling. And now that I've got the motor, I can still cover about the same distance, just a little faster, and the motor makes me a lot lazier, that's for sure. It's nice having that spot lock here on the motor, so I don't have to deal with an anchor anymore. because I like anchor fishing, but I hate dealing with the physical anchor. So, you know something though, look at these rods here, y'all. Look at my lines are straight up and down. TVA's cut the current flow back. When I was first out here this morning, the current was moving. I had my lines they were at an angle further up in the water column. And I noticed once we got down there on that bluff wall and started drifting, I wasn't drifting as fast as what I thought I was going to be drifting. I bet you TVA's cut the flow back, because my lines are straight up and down here now. Anyway, I don't guess it matters, but let's see, I missed another one here too. There's Tom, K&K on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Yeah, Callie's got TikTok and Instagram. I don't know about the Facebook. I don't hardly follow nobody on Facebook, but she is on Instagram and TikTok for sure. Old Man on the Hill says, Justin, I was out doing a little ultralighting this morning, didn't catch anything, but got to try out my new kayak trailer I made. Well, hey, I'm glad I hope you were drier than what we've been. We've had some rain here on us today. Charlene McLean says, I drove commercial trucks for 22 years and I have a really bad mouth. Yeah, I can relate. I can relate. Moonshine Design says they've dropped Truman Lake down for winter. It sucks. Yeah, you know, when they first drop the water, things can get messed up for a little while. But I like our water. From a bank fishing perspective, I kind of like our water being down, because then I can access some places. One thing about the water being down here is it eliminates some of the boat ramps. Like this one here, for instance, this creek I launched in. Today, when they drop our water, I won't be able to access this area anymore for the winter. I just can't get in and out. So that's kind of a challenge. But there's advantages and disadvantages to the water being up or down. There's Riley Taylor back with another $20. What's going on, Riley? Says, still working nights, fell asleep a little while after you started. Have you caught anything? Good luck and have a great day. Glad to see you back. Well, thank you, Riley. I'm glad you didn't stay up to watch this crap today, because it's been terrible. I've caught 2 small blues out here all day, and it's been tough. We've went from the spot I was on earlier to a bluff wall, downstream, deeper water. We did some balloon fishing in the back of a creek. Couldn't catch nothing. Right now, we're on the last hope here. We've set up here in a creek mouth, right where it dumps into the channel. I'm 27 feet deep, and we're giving it one final push here before the rain moves in. I'm getting the heck out when it gets going. Ted says, you make my day. I look forward to your content. Go Chiefs. Hey, man, you all are my Super Bowl picks this year. That Patrick Mahomes is something else. That underhand throw he did on Sunday, crazy. He's something special. Barry Black, $5. Thank you, Barry. He says, have you thought about getting another dog yet? I give all my fish to my neighbor brothers from another mother. Love catching, not big on eating. Yeah, I'm with you there. I like catching them. I don't like eating them. But no, I'm not going to get another dog anytime soon. I'm going to just, you know, go through the healing process there with Roscoe. Well, maybe someday I'll get another dog, but right now I'm just not something I want to do right now. Maybe someday though. Well, thank you for the donation there. Dylan says he lives an hour from Truman. I'm hoping to get out there to Truman at some point. I want to fish with Mike Baker from Mike Baker Videos YouTube channel. He's another YouTube channel that I really enjoy. He's super smart. He's well spoken, and I always learn something from his videos. And so we've communicated back and forth, a phone call and text, and was going to try to get out there. He had some stuff going on earlier in the year. He's a lawyer. He's a trial lawyer, so he had some stuff going on, and his fishing time was pretty limited. And then the schedule's kind of opened up a little more now, but I had already had some trips planned to go to South Carolina and stuff here this fall. And then of course everything with Roscoe kind of pushed off those plans. I don't know if I'm going to make it out there to Missouri this year or not. It's about a 10-hour drive for me to get to him. And so I don't know if me and him are going to make that happen this year, but I hope him and I get to fish at some point in the near future, because he's an excellent fisherman and I would love to just spend a day picking his brain. Juan Miguel says, Mike Baker, what's his channel? Mike Baker Videos is his YouTube channel. He does a lot of crappie fishermen out there in Missouri on Truman Lake and Lake of the Ozarks and some of those bodies of water out there. Excellent fisherman. Two Stands Fishing says, how's that balloon rig working for you? It didn't work at all today, man. When I hit the back of that creek for a while, got some dink taps. They chewed up a skipjack head and no solid catches. So I moved out of that creek, come back upriver. We're back to suspending baits again. I got 2 baits suspended right now here where this creek right here dumps into the channel. I'm gonna give it a few more minutes here. What time is it? It's 1:15. I'll probably give it to about 1:30. And I want to be out of here before this heavy rain hits. Upstate Angler said I got till 2 o'clock, or it's going to be here at 2. I need to be gone by 2, he said. Brian Webb said, when we're going to see some shark fishing out of the Hobie? Again, hopefully this fall. I'm hoping to make a trip over there. I'm going to go to Santee Cooper for sure. I'm hoping to get over there and fish along the coast, either with Steve Sharon or Elias V fishing also at some point this fall. I know supposedly them redfish run in October over there. And my buddy Steve with Adventure Outdoors, I've got an invite from him to come over there and fish with him. So I'm gonna try to make that happen at some point. I can't remember where he's at. Oak Island maybe, or I don't know, somewhere over there. But I'm gonna try to fish with him too. So we're gonna try to make some stuff happen now that I'm able to start traveling and doing some stuff again. It was just hard with Roscoe being sick and him needing medicine and stuff. It was hard to leave for long periods of time, and I honestly didn't want to leave because I know my time with him was coming to an end and I wanted to make the most of what I had left. And so I wanted to spend my time here. I'd come out, fish the mornings. My mom would go over and sit with him and do his morning pills and stuff, and then I could go home and have the rest of the day. And so, but now that he's gone, I'm gonna start getting around and traveling and taking some more trips and stuff. So Todd Dickinson's out of here. Hey, thanks for stopping by today, Todd. It's been a good time today, other than the lack of fish. Appreciate you stopping by. Michael Hunt says he's seen Mike Baker. Yeah, he's a real nice guy. I talked to him there on the phone, and he's really good with that live scope, and I'm fascinated by the live scope. I don't think I want to do it for catfishing, but for my ultralight fishing, that live scope it'd be the bee's knees. And so Mike Baker, I think his videos on the live scope are the most informative and educational of any of the YouTube videos I've seen on live scope. He really goes into great detail. And what I like about Mike too is he'll bring people on his boat that are also crappie fishermen over there in Missouri where he's at. And he will let them operate his live scope and just go over, how they do their settings, why, what they're looking for, and all that. And I find that to be very helpful, because there's, as the old saying goes, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And so, you see me out here, I do things my way. Well, my way may not work in every body of water and every condition. And so it's good to see how other people do stuff. And I like that Mike brings those people on and gets their opinions and shares with you how they do things. And so I really like his channel a lot. Art says, is Kerr Lake a possibility? It is. Probably not this year, but it is a possibility. It's a place I'm going to get to in the future. Hooks and Hammocks says, Steve Sharon is a character. I've had the pleasure of him in our live streams from time to time. Good people. Yeah, I like old Steve. Steve's a good guy. Tom in $5. He said, headed to the golf course. Thanks for filling my morning. Thank you, Tom. Good luck today on the golf course. Hope it don't rain you out. Andy Pastillos has finally made it for a live stream. Well, I'm glad you showed up, but boy, you picked a bad day to watch me because it's been awful fishing. Brian Webb, California Delta. Probably not. That's a long haul. California is on the other end of the country from me, so probably not. But I do want to get up to Oregon there and do some sturgeon fishing, or Idaho one. So I don't know when I'll do that trip, but at some point I'd like to get up there. That's on the to-do list. Probably won't be me traveling with the kayak out there. It'll probably be me just going out there and hooking up with somebody. John Boat Moravas says, come check out Old Hickory. It'll make you appreciate all other waters. There's Brian Webb, $10. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the donation, man. Jeremiah Ellison said, would you ever do a video with chats catfishing? Probably, yeah. I don't know that he has any interest in it. I had reached out to him years ago, back when my channel was very small and couldn't work anything out then. So my channel's bigger now. He'd probably be more interested. Tom N says, no rain in West Texas today. Do you ever play golf? I used to play golf regularly, but I was never any good at it. I'm terrible. Me and the girlfriend played Top Golf, and we went to Florida back a few months ago, and that was a lot of fun. But I haven't been on a golf course in years. I was on my way to a golf course the day I wrecked and broke my hip and pelvis back in 2007, and I don't think I've played but once or twice since then. So kind of ruined me from golf, I guess. Yak and Nasty says, when are you going to fish at Lake Tawakini in Texas? I'll probably go to Texas next year after Alligator Gar, but I don't know if I'll make it to that particular lake or not. Juan Miguel said he's got to get out of here too. He says, I've made his day by shouting him out. Well, that's awesome, Juan. I'm glad I can make your day. I wish I could have shown you a fish on here today that was worth seeing. Yeah, boy, we've lost some people here. You got to catch fish, y'all. And I ain't done that. We're at 379 people, down from almost 600 earlier. Hale 50302 says, I was on the bar last week and the bite died midday when they killed the current. Had to go drag and drift. Yeah. They seem to have killed the current out here. I don't know what it's running. I've got that TVA app, but it seems to have died. Well, I mean, I can see that leaf right there. We've still got some flow, but my lines aren't back at an angle like they was when I first got out here. So they've clearly cut it back a little bit, but you know, the current this morning wasn't doing anything for me, obviously, so it don't really matter. Jeremiah says, I've seen that you've done a couple videos with TKF. I watch a lot of his videos also. Yeah, he's an excellent fisherman. He lives here in the same area. We fish the same bodies of water. Mark's an excellent fisherman. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fish with him anymore, though, because he's working with Big Cat Fever now, and you know, I'm working with Catfish Sumo, and I don't know if him and I can. There's a conflict of interest there with the working relationships we have with our respective companies. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do any more video work with him. But he is somebody I'm friends with, good dude, very knowledgeable. He's one of the people, him and Corey Allen was one of the muskie fishermen that used to live around here. Him and Corey are what sold me on checking out Buck Perry. And Buck Perry, those structure fishing books changed my fishing, man. My fishing, my catches and my big, obviously not today, but my catches went straight up when I started following Buck Perry's teachings. So Mark's a big influence on that. Tom N says, fish or no fish, we love the live feed and understand it's just part of fishing. Well, thank you, Tom. Gordon Douglas, $5. Thank you, Gordon. He says, how far from Lenoir City? Big rain covering them, moving northwest. Well, I live in Lenoir City, so I'm heading that way, Gordon. That's my home right there. That's where I live. So what time? It's 1:23. Let's give it just a few more minutes here and see if we get something. And then I'm gonna make a run for it. I've launched in the back of this creek and it's not far. It's just a couple minutes. And I can be loaded up in 5 minutes, so. I definitely don't want to get drenched out here though. Tim Workman has finally caught a live stream, but I might be bad luck for you. Well, don't worry about being bad luck. I've been bad luck all morning out here. I ain't done worth a crap anywhere I've been. We've had 2 small blues and a few dink taps, and that's been it. It's been a struggle today. I'll just suck at fishing. Scott Huckabee says, we all know you can catch fish. I just want to know what level of Candy Crush you're on. I'm on level 3,100 and something. I don't know the exact number, but I'm over 3,000. It's 31 something. I've played a lot of Candy Crush in my day, Scott. A lot. Slinging Those Rods says, Justin, we need a bank fishing video. That's going to happen, man, real soon. They'll be dropping our water level down next month, and I'll be doing a lot more bank fishing. Definitely. I may do some bank fishing on Melton Hill in the next couple of weeks here too. There's some places on Melton Hill that I can access from the bank and be able to cast. So that's Melton. There's a couple places on Melton Hill. Melton Hill's, I was mentioning that earlier in the stream to a fellow who had asked about it. Melton Hill is one of them bodies of water where you can catch some really big fish, but you might also get completely skunked. And if I'm going to get skunked, if I'm going to struggle, I'd like to struggle on a live stream where I can still get paid versus doing a regular video where I may not get any content. So I'm gonna do some in big fish or bust type places live, and I'll be bank fishing some there. So Chad Wright in the house says, appreciate all the time you put into your craft of caught fish the whole time you were out here. It'd be called catching. Yeah, that's the truth. They call it fishing, not catching, but I sure need to do some more catching than what I've done today. Tommy Bounce says, the wind has picked up according to your green balloon. Yeah, a little bit. Not bad though. The wind's still not bad. Just a little breeze. Upstate Angler says 223, it's going to hit Irwinton Shores if you're close to there. I don't know Irwinton Shores by name. I don't know exactly where that's at, Upstate Angler. Old man on the hill's got to go. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. I appreciate it. Two Stands Fishing said, been a nationwide slow bite, not just you, Justin. Yeah, I'm a firm believer there's always fish biting somewhere, no matter what, and it ain't been where I've been today. Yeah, we're down to 364 people. A lot of people saying they got to go and stuff. Dominic, thank you for the super chats today, buddy. I appreciate that. I tell you what, people, what do you say we get on out of here? I ain't got no confidence. I ain't seeing nothing here on the graph under me, so let's go ahead and wrap it up so I can beat this rain home. I'm going to stop and get me something to eat, too. I'm going to eat this moon pie here in my hatch on the way home. And I'm going to stop and get me something to eat. But anyway, y'all, it's been a lot of fun today. Even though we didn't catch the fish, it's been nice just being out here and enjoying your all's company and getting my mind off things and kind of getting back to trying to get back to a routine again. So we'll have regularly scheduled videos tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Next week, kind of a crapshoot right now because I don't know with the weather coming in, I don't know how much more I'm going to get to fish this week. So that may throw off next week's schedule, but we'll work it out. We'll be on here again at some point soon. Thank you for everybody showing up today. Thank you for all the super chat donations. I really appreciate you. You all are, these live streams, you all donating is what pays the bills here, and I appreciate that. So y'all are allowing me to do what I love to do, and so I'm very thankful for it. But anyway, thank you all so much, and I'll see you next time. There's the last one, Sandra Harding with $1, Sandy Harding with $1. Thank you so much. That's